It's a little distracting. What is going on, you everybody's? Happy day to you all. It's, what is it, Wednesday? Got a debate tonight. Jake Rattlesnake will moderate it. We will dual stream it. Should be excellent. Credit to the Mormon who stepped up to the plate. Is Mormonism true? Thank you all for getting the goal started. Thanks for being here. MCal, nice. I missed yesterday's Yeah, I'll put up sections of it, MCal. I definitely violated some TOS, you know what I'm saying? Henry, thank you for your Jortlandian aristocrat. Jack, $2. I had an accident. Well, I hope you're okay, Jack. That sucks. Was it your fault? A little broke. Don't worry about it, dude. Manage all that. I'm glad you're safe, not hurt. No worries, dude. Vindication, thank you so much. Becoming a member. So yeah, you missed that button. That's funny. What's going on, everyone? So yeah, today I'm looking at this guy again. I call him the Atheist Blippy. He had a call in that kind of wrecked him. Now, he kind of spurged out about it, and he tried to flip it on the caller. But the thing is, Joel here, this Canadian guy, doesn't quite understand the pickle he's in epistemically. He doesn't understand it. And so I'm going to try to help him understand it with you all today. We'll see if we can get Joel from Joel Reads Bible out of his own way. So we'll see what happens. In other news, I have a debate also on Thursday against Counterpoints, which will also be dual streamed, moderated by Speakeasy, on whether or not Christian nationalism is American. That should be interesting. Bro, that guy's a loser. Yeah, it's he's fun to rip on, though. You know, because he's so arrogant. Not Joel Scriptura. No, it's not him. Not Joel Scriptura. This is an atheist. This is a different Jola. Hello, Suzanne. How are you? How you doing? All right. Well, we might as well get into it. There's some other things I'm going to look at today. I saw over there on the YouTube section. A couple of things popping off. Oh, look, Answers in Atheism has a live stream going called The Idiocy of Transcendental Arguments for Anything. Well, that's stupid. You can make a transcendental argument right now. That's not idiotic. You could say logic can't be reduced to materiality, and you could say that logic is a necessary precondition for knowledge. But that person would be like, well, I'm not denying that logic exists. Well, no, you couldn't actually argue that it does. Which is why the debate against Peterson went in my favor. I wonder when that's going to be put out, though. James is going to, what is he going to throttle it all? You know? Maybe he's going to throttle it. All right, well, let's just get into it. Let's keep it going. Keep it going, y'all. TB, nice to see you. Thank you for the tenor. JB, I saw a church yesterday that made me think of you. It was a Methodist church with a beautiful steeple, and next to it, they built an outreach center that looked like a giant white dick. Yeah, it's my favorite argument against libertarianism. It's like, dude, it's my building. I could make a balls building. Bro, I'm not harming anybody with my chode building. Bro, big deal. I made the doorway to my barbershop a butthole. What's the problem, bro? More rights. Bro. Anywho, let's take a look. All right, you guys all remember this guy. Maybe he's watching. He's in Canada. Hey, Joel, if you're watching, pay attention.
Goof! Ball,
Hey.
are you a Christian?
I'm leaning towards it, yeah.
Oh, why? Lean away. Lean away.
Well, I want to ask you, like, how does your worldview justify laws of ethics and morality?
Good question, but caller, you missed an opportunity. Why lean away? Joel, I would ask you that. Now, I'm not going to sit and wait on a queue to talk to you. I know you have a fairly popular call-in system there. However, if I was debating you one-on-one, Joel, I would say, why? On what basis ought I move toward atheism and away from Christianity, or away from any religion for that matter? You don't have an answer to this.
I like to use, like, let's say, a principle of harm reduction.
Well, unfortunately, in your position, you're assuming that harm is like wrong universally.
Do I assume it's wrong universally?
Well, I mean, that's not your point.
I think it's a bad thing.
Oh, wow. Top tier, Joel. I think it's a bad thing. Well, there are other people who think it's a good thing. So what do you got? Thank you for the memberships.
I know that you're like trying to do an objective morality conversation, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that without God, there's no objective morality, nor even universal laws of logic.
Yeah, there is no objective morality. It's obvious.
Even
That proves that, look around, just look around. You can't see objective morality. There's no evidence of it, so that proves there's no God.
Oh, well, that doesn't even follow, Joel. That's a terrible argument. That's invalid. It doesn't follow from the premise, by the way. There could actually be a God, and there's no objective morality. You could craft an idea of a God where everything's amoral. That's not inconsistent. The point is, if objective morality does exist, then it necessitates an absolute being who embodies that morality. Now, I want you guys to notice that the caller, this is why you should move to truth. This is why you should move to a type of tag argument. Because if you get into morality, which is totally fine, you'll get the opponent to agree that it doesn't exist. All of their claims move away from Christianity. Christianity bad, this bad, that bad, everything's bad, everything. They don't have a standard and they'll concede, okay? But the problem is you could just as well swap morality for truth in this argument, because you could say, well, if there's no God, there's no truth. You can argue that. You can definitely argue without God, there is no truth. Which I wish the caller would kind of come out swinging that knife, because, morality can get into the weeds a bit.
Okay, I gave like 3 criteria. I said also math and morality.
Yeah, but let's just do morality. So morality. Okay, sure. Since we can't see any objective morality, we know that there is no God.
No, that doesn't follow, Joel. You need to learn to formulate basic syllogisms. That doesn't even follow, dude. That's retarded. That's really dumb. It's really stupid.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
I'd call you Joel. No. There's also a bigger problem. Joel reads Bible. You just said if there's no evidence for it, it doesn't exist. Well, sorry, buddy. You just made a bunch of things non-existent. Like truth. Did you hold truth this morning? When you woke up in your bed of fluffies and stuffy pillows, Joel? Did you happen to be spooning with something called truth? How about knowledge, Joel? How about information, Joel? Did you wake up? Did you see any information out there? Where's the information? Is it in the room with you? Joel?
You don't think there's objective morality?
Do you think there is without any evidence?
My evidence is that you can't argue why there isn't. In other words,
Yeah, I can. There is no
Yeah, go
evidence
ahead.
for objective morality, and everyone's morality that is their stance is definitionally subjective, and people
so
have
why
different.
is it wrong to harm people?
So what I like to do is swap morality with truth because they go hand in hand. His argument, if you swap morality for truth, he would have to argue all truth is subjective as well. This is the absurdity of atheism. Now that dumb look that he has is appropriate, Joel. This is the look you should always have given your worldview.
So you're wrong.
You're killing me, man. You're just spanking the fuck out of me. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
can't
Okay.
say that it's bad.
You really can't, can you?
It might be good to harm people.
I'm not saying this. I'm saying
No, I'm saying
It might
I
be.
can't say it's bad to harm people.
That's
It
right.
might be okay.
But literally, you can't though.
No.
That's really a
Fuck.
Yeah.
Now he's being facetious now. He's doing a performance. He's acting upset, right? He's being sarcastic.
Shit. I thought I could say that, but I can't. Like I can't objectively say it because there's no objective morality.
Well, in
Fuck.
your view, no.
Well, it doesn't matter what view. It doesn't exist. There's no evidence for it. Shit.
Yes. Then what's the point in your worldview?
Ugh, in any worldview, because there's literally no evidence for objective morality, so we can't say anything is anything. I guess,
Yeah, so
based on your perspective.
Well, no.
Fuck. I guess we can't ever have an opinion on anything. God damn it. Fuck.
No, that doesn't follow, Joel. He didn't say you can't have an opinion on it, but you're going to have to concede that when you're arguing against, I don't know, Islamicists or Christian nationalists or whatever else, they're just as valid in their pursuit of the government, the arm of force, as your stance. You can't really say it's wrong. At least we know that. Well, there's a bigger problem here. You know, Joel thinks he's being coy and he's being facetious, and he's trying to eventually turn it on the caller and say, well, can you do it? Right? Well, the reductio is on the atheist, because if you say there's no morality, then that removes, any reason for us to listen to you on any moral claims. But also you have a bigger problem, Joel, and this is why people should, when they talk about morality, they are also talking about truth. When you're debating about anything, you're actually assuming truth exists. Now, I want to point out that under Joel's epistemic system, truth itself doesn't exist. There's no evidence for truth. And so your utterance that you do during your live streams and your debates, Joel Reads Bible, every utterance is useless. There's no purpose to it. In other words, there is no moral ought to be consistent. There is no purpose to holding a true belief. There's no reason to do anything. There's no reason for you to have a podcast and a call-in show. There's no reason for the Christian to call in. This is the consequence of the view.
Yeah, I try.
Maybe harm is okay. Well, it can't be. It's not okay. It's not okay.
Well,
it's just it's middle.
I do my best.
It's just completely like it's neither.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Fuck. I wish somebody could prove objective morality right now to save us from nothing being good or bad. Can you prove objective morality now that I've agreed that there's no morality at all?
So what's your basis for your position in itself?
I don't have a position. I'm shattered here.
Here's the problem. This is why tag is so important. This is why presup is so important. Joel is assuming there's a thing called proof or evidence. This is where the caller could move to. He go, interesting, you ask for proof. Interesting. So He accepts and concedes he doesn't have a standard for morality being objective and absolute, so it doesn't exist. And by his own standard, truth doesn't exist, therefore proof doesn't exist. Now the caller misses a beat here. He could have completely decapitated him right here, because Joel or any atheist, when they ask for proof or they ask for this or ask for that, they're also assuming a whole slew of things that they also must deny exist. So he could just as well say, why ought we prove things, Joel? Steelborn, 5 buckaroos, thank you so much. I tried talking to this tard and told him I could give a philosophical proof for God, and he refused to let me up. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You got to go up basically with something else and turn it on him and then show that he'll kick you. Just the same thing with Deconstruction Zone, which I hope to debate in person because they can't get away from the cross-examination. His jorts, pay the man. He is on the front lines arguing with our worldview. Support the cause. Thank you, Extanglia. Nice to see you, sir. 20 big buckaroos from Jason McGinney. Was on a trip to a monastery last week. Here's my Jortlandian back taxes. Nice. That was probably beautiful. Do you have an account? I would love to see some photographs. We have a monastery I'd like to visit here in Colorado. Chaw, $10. The arrogance of atheism is funny to me now that I'm not one anymore. Yeah, philosophically, they are like the special needs kids not allowed in the sandbox of epistemic groundings. They just make believe. Yeah, the whole thing is a make believe. Joel would admit everything he does is an illusory, make believe, pretend world, right? It's terrible. And yet here he is asking for proof. Unhit Bone, $5. Thank you so much. Steelborn, another 5. I was going to tag him, but I was going to point out that the logic and knowledge aren't possible from his view. Yeah, they don't like that, dude. They don't like that at all. You've
pushed me up against the wall and you spanked my butt till it's red. There's nothing I can do. Like I don't know what's right or wrong. I don't think anyone does. We can't make those claims because if they're subjective.
Yeah, Joel. You can't know what's true or false either. Isn't that a problem? Because ultimately, the same thing we're arguing, if morality exists, then it necessitates an absolute being. I'm sorry to inform you, Joel, the same entailment is true for truth itself, okay? What's his channel? It's called Joel Reads Bible.
They don't mean anything. So can you help us? Please, goofball, save us. Prove objective morality so that we don't have to live in this world of limbo where everybody just has opinions. No!
So I'll take that concession. We can move into logic now. So
No.
How can
There's
you give an account for
you
logic?
have to prove objective morality, or I'm going to go and lapse back. There's
Unbelievable.
no. Saying that subjective morality means that nobody can make moral claims doesn't prove that there is objective morality, goofball. That's just saying something. You have to prove the positive claim of objective morality.
Ought we prove the claim of objective morality, Joel? Huh? How about that? Should we? Why? Why should we? Why should we, Joel? Now you're assuming truth exists and it's absolute. Sorry, Joel. You don't have a position to cross-examine. So if anyone's confused about presuppositionalism or the tag argument, the disjunct is you're proving that the person trying to cross-examine you has no justification for cross-examining. They have no justification for arguing. And now, here comes Vagine. Always rely on Vagine. Here we go.
I don't personally think Andrew did anything wrong in that now infamous whatever debate. But do you think he made a mistake in his reaction to her attacks because of the optics of it? Sorry if that's a little clunky, but hopefully you get the idea.
No, he didn't do anything wrong. He just reacted to the same old bullshit, which is irrelevant and nonsensical. So, no, the thing is, no matter how Andrew reacts to anything, he's at the phase of his career now where it doesn't matter if he reacts in the right way or wrong way. It's a game you can't win, and he knows that. So it's like, you know, if every single reaction, everything you say is going to be critiqued to the highest level of granularity, then you can't win that game. They're just going to lie or whatever. Now, if you're just talking about reaction, I'm definitely not in a position to judge anyone because I'm pretty quick to anger and reaction and attacking people. So, you know, if anything, you know, it's rare for Andrew to be reactive. That's the most you can say, but still there's nothing wrong with it. It's like, I think people should be a little more reactive to these kind of attacks. Why not? Why not? I don't see anything wrong with reacting.
I still don't believe in objective morality. I will concede to you.
What did you miss? Nothing. You really missed nothing. What they're referring to is there's a 3.5-hour debate where Andrew's wrecking one of the most retarded feminist lesbians there is. And she brings up Rachel, which is completely a red herring and has nothing to do with the debate. And out of frustration, hours in, he just says, F you. Like, what are you, ditch licker? Why are we listening to you? Now, notice how they capture one clip of Andrew yelling at her, essentially, like putting her down necessarily, just and totally justified. Notice how they don't zero in on the fact that the woman said, Rachel is promiscuous. And he goes, what makes her promiscuous? And it was the reasoning, you guys, you could see this. The reasoning why she's promiscuous is because she didn't kill her babies. The ditch licker was asked point blank, wait, she wouldn't be promiscuous if she just killed her babies? And she said, yeah. Notice that part's not ridiculed or clipped.
That we can't make any moral claims without objective morality.
It's a good point.
So where's the objective morality?
You can't make any claims with an objective standard for truth. Now, I wish the caller would switch it on him, because this is the point. This is where if you guys are like trying to like work on this when you're debating or with your friends or whatever, you like kind of like this stuff. Listen to this again. This is a key point you want to listen for when the atheist talks. Watch.
Good point.
So where's the objective morality? We'll concede to you that we can't make any moral claims without objective morality.
Always swap moral with truth. Okay? From a Christian perspective, morality and truth go hand in hand. So you swap it out. It sounds like this. We can't make any objective truth statements without a standard for truth. That's all you have to do with these people. By their own standard, they don't have truth claims. So if they don't have truth claims, if they don't have access to truth, if they don't have a standard for truth, they don't have a standard to cross-examine your positions.
It's a good point.
So where's the objective morality? Can you prove that?
Your whole argument?
My argument is God doesn't exist because there is no objective morality.
That doesn't follow, Joel.
Right.
That doesn't follow.
As soon as you prove objective morality, we've got God.
No.
But if you can prove objective morality, then at least I'll be able to say that it's okay to burn women alive.
Okay. Do you think that A can also be B at the same time?
So you can't prove objective morality then?
Bitmeg's $5. Currently in a debate with one of my prot friends about Andrew's reaction. It's so frustrating how they think. Makes me excited to become Orthodox. Well, they look for, because Andrew, among many of us, attack the soft Christian position, right? The sewing circle. They're looking for any win against Andrew. He's really the big meanie head here. So they're going to look for anything. Your prot friends are going to look for anything and be like, oh, that's not nice, blah, 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 all that stuff. He smokes. He smokes cigarettes. That's right, Sour Cookie. You can't prove anything without God. Now, the caller whoever you are, maybe you do listen to this channel. That's a misstep. You just simply ask him this: why ought we prove things, Joel? Hey, Joel. Hey, Canadian nerd boy. Hey, atheist Blippy. Ought we prove things?
You concede.
I don't concede anything. You're conceding that God doesn't exist because you can't prove objective morality. Thank you so much, goofball, for coming up to concede that God doesn't exist because there's no objective morality. What a good attempt, but
it tastes lovely. Thank you.
This is fun. You know what?
Yeah, it actually is. It actually is.
No, it's fun, goofball, that you have nothing to offer. You should stop being a Christian because but goofball, like I know we're like. Oh, let's all be cocksure and try to like do whatever. But like, listen.
Yeah.
Like you realize that like the argument you're doing is just trying to dismantle someone else's worldview.
Yeah, that's right. It's a proper disjunct.
What you think their worldview is, and then never offer anything except like just say God, right? But that's not really anything.
It is something because the entailment of rejecting morality puts into question why we ought to argue about truth. See, you can't really remove metaethics from debate. The alternative is, well, we're just debating and it's not for anything. It's like there's no use to it, which, you know, you're going to come to a debate and the first thing you're going to say, consistent with your worldview, is that there's no use for it. There's no reason to stay consistent. There's no reason to abide by the laws of logic. You know, Joel, what if someone just says, I don't care about contradictions? In a debate, ought they avoid contradictions? Is there any metaethical view on the pursuit of truth?
You're not offering anything. You don't have any explanatory power. It's just precept stuff, right? So as soon as I say like, fine, there's no morality. If you want there to be a God that grounds objective morality, you have to prove the objective.
The guy is hilariously naive. This Joel character. He just said you're just doing precept stuff. Well, Joel, if you're listening, you just presupped the caller because you just presupposed proof. You just presuppose that truth exists or that there's some sort of, in this case, proof would be mathematical. I don't know if you know this, Joel, but proof would be mathematical. If you're saying give proof and you only appeal to evidentialism, then you're rejecting logical proofs. You're rejecting that arguments themselves are a type of evidence, right?
Morality, and you can't do that. Like you have to go home with that. Like that, I don't care. Like I'm done. When we hang up, I'm done the conversation. I have other ways of viewing things. So like, what do you do with that? Because like you can't prove objective morality. So like, what do you do with that? How do you handle it?
I'll take a brief response before you kick me. I'm gonna say that all I'm gonna say is this: we can assume certain morals based on our subjective framework, right? Whether that's harm reduction, empathetic reciprocity, et cetera, et cetera. But there ultimately is no foundation for which we should believe that. I'm sure you know David Hume. There is no ought from an is.
Right.
So we can observe certain phenomena like people who suffer, they experience negative outcomes, but there's no reason for an is. In other words.
Yeah.
So I understand your position. I have to prove why there's objective morality. But I'd say to you that, well, without an objective framework like religion or God.
Andrew did what any man should do when their family is targeted, which is to respond with blistering, overwhelming force.
That's right. Yeah, people should get a little more aggressive. You know what I mean? They should be. Landon, 5 buckaroos. That's why atheism equals confusion. That's right, because they have no ultimate justification for any ought, just feels. It's also worse than that. They have no justification for truth. And here they are, running big panels and running big channels. Panels and channels. perhaps knowing full well they have no justification for anything. Forget morality. As you guys will see when the debate against Peterson is released on Modern Day Debate, they have no way of accessing truth or knowledge because everything becomes mechanical.
God or a theistic position like the Orthodox position, then there is really is no framework to believe in certain claims. Like,
if I showed you an ought from an is in the Bible by God Himself, would you dump it?
what's the example?
So you're saying like in your robust
No. Under the empirical view, you can't have an ought from an is. That's an internal critique of empiricism. That is to say, there are states of affairs that we view in the world, in the created world, in the temporal world, right? The is-ought claim was David Hume being consistent with his own evidential empirical standard. You can't point to something and say, and make an ought from it. That's not the same paradigm as the preconditions for all is. That if God is not a category like any other thing, that you're not in the temporal. It's not states of affairs you're pointing to. It's the precondition for all states of affairs. Beyond being would be at least close to its proper summary.
philosophical thing. You can't.
He doesn't understand. Yeah, he doesn't know what an internal critique is.
Get an ought from an is, but I'm going to show you that the whole foundation of Christianity is an ought from an is.
What's the context, though? I'd love to hear it.
I'm asking you if that's going to rock your faith, because I'm not going to bother.
Listen, if God is the good
No, that's rich. Speaking of obfuscation
itself, so if He explicitly says something, then I'm willing to listen.
So in Leviticus 17:11. God makes a claim, the whole atonement, sacrifice, blood atonement thing, blood magic that your cult is based on. And what is
this guy's such a prick.
Said here is, for the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls, for it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul. So the life of the flesh is the blood. It's an is statement. And so
oh my gosh, he's retarded.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Joel, are you Jewish, Joel? By chance?
you
cool it with the anti-Semitic
so you ought to spill it to make atonement? It's just an is.
There's no ought being made, dude.
It's an ought from an is.
That's not the claim. You're just making up a claim.
Yeah, once again, it's context specific.
But that's the whole entire. This is the foundation for Jesus' sacrifice. The reason why Jesus' sacrifice works. It becomes Jesus' sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
Well, goofball, what are you doing? Like we're having a real conversation. There's no reason to be sarcastic.
Unbelievable, this guy. No reason to be sarcastic. This fucking guy.
So this is the thing.
You're also using logical laws, though, are you?
With the old, I'm just showing you.
Ought we be consistent, Joel? That's all you have to say to this prick. I wish the caller was ready for this. He is ready with the the ontology of logic, requiring an ultimate mind. But Joel himself, like any other atheist, is trying. He's under this assumption that people ought be consistent. From what? For why? Why, Joel?
Can you make yesterday's stream available to members and just bleep out the bagel mentions?
Yeah, I'll go in and edit. It's just a lot of work. Don't worry about it. Dark Shadow, I'll do that.
Doing Hume. I'm just showing you that the old old-timey like sacrifice thing in the desert was a like hint or was like a foreshadowing for Jesus. Remember how that works in your cult? And so
What a prick.
Jesus, the reason
He's so bad faith, dude. He's so bad faith. This is what happens when you don't beat up nerds. This is what happens when you make a soft society where nerds don't get shoved in lockers.
why Jesus' blood is magic
Oh, yeah, I could put it on Rumble. Yeah, I'll do that.
is because blood is the life of the flesh. So it says like the NIV is a little easier to understand. For the life of the creatures is in the blood. So
When does he live stream? This guy live streams in the evenings.
it's an ought. We ought kill someone and spill their blood for atonement because it is.
We ought kill someone? What are you talking about?
The life of the flesh. That's an ought
No. Oh my gosh, he's so lazy.
from an is.
So lazy, dude.
So that's
So punchable, dude.
so we're not doing that. So we can just dump the Bible. Great job.
And he just kicks him.
Unbelievable.
But anyway, goofball. The point is that
That doesn't follow, dude. Just saying a bunch of shit that's incoherent and not even a steelman of the opposition, Joel. That's not a win for you.
even though I can't ground my morality objectively.
Or logic.
You can't ground truth, dude.
Or logic.
Logic is different, but just because
Oh, logic is different. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, logic is different. No, it's not. Logic is different? Why do you assume logic? What do you mean? Where's the evidence of that? What are you talking about? Oh, logic is different. Psst. What a cope. That's a loss right there, Joel.
I can't ground morality. Hold on, goofball. I know
You can't ground logic or truth, Joel.
you want to run away from morality. Just because I can't ground it objectively doesn't mean that you can ground it objectively, or it is objective, or there is objective morality.
This is why talking about morality, the best you can do against an atheist is get them to concede that nothing's wrong. That's fine. Especially if they're coming at you with a moral claim. Good, fair. You could do that. But if you're coming at them for the absolute defeater, skip morality and go right to truth. You see, if he called in and went right to logic, Joel would have to contend with the logic. He would have to contend with truth and knowledge, which he assumes exists non-empirically. They don't know how to contend with this. You guys will see in my debate with Peterson, I went through all the transcendentals and kept switching them out with each other. Truth, logic, knowledge, mind, information. And what I saw, for anyone who went, thank you for going, anyone who saw, it puts them in a pickle because they don't know what category to put these things in. They have a physical world out there that they think their worldview is based on, but you can't interact with the physical world without interacting or engaging with a non-physical world. And so they're in this constant paradox of like assuming things that are not in the world. This is why in Christianity it's consistent when obviously there's a deeper meaning, but when it's said that we're in the world, not of it, it points to the transcendental category. We're in the world, but our being, our nous, our spirit, our mind, yes, tied to a body. But it's not in the world. It's not of the world.
You have to kind of like illustrate that somehow. You have to show that.
You missed the whole point. My whole argument at the beginning was that there's no justification for foundation of logic, morality, or even knowledge itself.
Well, we can ground. I'm not going to pivot to logic. I'm not going to.
Yeah, you're such a pussy. You're such a cowardly little got. Can I do that? Got? Yeah, no shit, Joel. You almost got it there, right? It was so close, and then he saw his own death. Watch him see his own death in real time. Watch.
Well, we can ground. I'm not.
Yeah, you scumbag.
Logic, morality, or even knowledge itself.
Well, we can ground. I'm not going to pivot to logic. I'm not going to let you.
Actually, I'm.
Yeah, oh, because you're losing.
Yeah, you'd totally lose. You're such a coward, dude. Everyone should just troll call this guy. Everybody in my chat, when this guy goes live, give a notification. Call up and say, you're here arguing for truth. You're telling us to abandon Christianity because it's not rational or reasonable. Please. You are using a bunch of things that you should deny under your own worldview, right, Joel? One of those things is logic. He's going to go, no, I don't want to talk about that. You fairy got. This guy is not straight. Definitely not.
Yeah.
No, I
mean, this guy probably calls male prostitutes with his Uber.
I don't mind it, but we're gonna finish morality. You have to concede on morality first.
Let's do it then.
So you can't show objective morality, correct?
But you can't either, so sure.
I don't believe morality is objective.
Cool. Now let's move over to truth. Uh-oh, there goes your whole channel. Derek, $10. How much do you want to bet Joel rejects metaphysics while simultaneously relying on metaphysics in which he rejects to make his arguments? Yes. That's why I'm so excited for the debate to be released on Modern Day Debate, because that is when I went after hard against Peterson. Really hard against him on this. That naturalism can't account for metaphysics. Now, you can say metaphysics generally, or you can use the word transcendental. You can use supernatural. Under a naturalist paradigm, something like information would necessarily be supernatural. Now, people think supernatural means like ghosts and weird apparitions and woo-woo and this stuff. That's not actually what we're referring to. We're referring to something that's meta nature. That's like let's take the analogy of science and the philosophy of science. To do science, which is in the world, interaction with the physical, explanations of the physical, you need to assume non-physical before you do that. So science and empiricism can't give you the philosophy. You need the philosophy, then you do science. That's like a microcosm of this problem for the atheist. They cannot ground truth, knowledge, information. They can't tell you. And like, let's just do it more simply so you're not lost in the presup language for a second. Here's another way of approaching it to an atheist. Just ask them, like I asked Peterson, what's the status of their existence? And use an example. The status of an apple's existence is physical. Material, concrete. You say, does the apple exist? Yes. In what way? Physical, concrete. Okay, we agree. Is there any other type of existence? They say, not that I know of. You go, okay, does information or knowledge exist? And they say, yeah. And you go, in what way does that exist, right? That's something to ask Joel here.
So there's no God.
Galactic contradiction, $10. I already had this guy say metaphysics doesn't exist. That's a contradiction, and that's hilarious.
You base laws off of them.
How tall am I? I'm 5'10".
Do you agree in laws?
Do I what?
Do you agree in laws?
Do I
That's a weird question.
agree in laws? What kind of sentence is that? Do I agree with the laws of my country?
What are you talking about?
Dude, come on. At least try to get him to understand what you're saying. That is a little bit mumbled. Do you agree on laws?
What are you asking?
Do you think murder's wrong?
Yeah,
Oh, he is actually asking about laws.
I think it is, but it's subjective.
So if there's a law that says murder is wrong and people say it's not, then who's right?
I would say I'm right
Why?
because I don't think it's good to murder people.
I'm right because I'm right. Wow, Joel. Top notch.
it's taking...
Top notch.
Based on the bones, as you can see by the bones of the bones. Based on the bones.
Yeah.
Based on the bones.
Thanks for the raid, JS. Nice to meet you out in Nashville.
Yeah. I'm not a moral relativist.
Okay, so there's
You're not a moral relativist? Yes, you are. You already admitted to
no
it.
point then in laws.
No, there is a point in laws. It's how we prefer to live. We don't want people to kill each other.
No, how you prefer to live.
This isn't doing anything, goofball.
Yeah, it is. It sure is.
Yeah, you're right. This is going nowhere.
So show me that there is an objective morality. Because all you're doing is describing...
This is why it's really important that when you approach these people, that you first go for something like information or knowledge and get them to admit that there's a type of existence that's not reduced to empirical or physicality. Once you get them to admit that there is an abstract aspect to reality, immaterial, they agree that something immaterial has a type of existence. That's fine if they say it's not physical. That's fine. That's the point. So you get a physical, non-physical. So if you get the atheist to agree with the two categories of reality, physical and non-physical, then you have a road or a path to necessitate a mind for the non-physical. Morality is another item, let's say, in the transcendental bin. The point isn't to prove one of the items in the transcendental bin. If you guys are trying to wrap your head around the transcendental argument, it works in a syllogism to pick one item. In this case, it's mostly knowledge. You're arguing that God is a necessary precondition for knowledge. Knowledge exists, therefore God. This is an attempt that you just heard doing the transcendental argument, but for morality. But it's harder to do that because when you argue for morality, you're actually arguing a truth claim. So you might as well put morality to the side and use truth itself, knowledge itself. You might as well just do that. Why? Because it necessitates a category that needs a justification beyond human beings. And Joel would have to concede, which is probably why he stayed away from logic, because he knows this. Joel reads Bible, the channel. You know this. That's why you moved away from it. So if you got a succession of callers that knew your weakness, you're going to have a big problem. And I'm going to see if I could make that problem happen for you, Joel. Because Joel here needs a lesson. He needs a little bit of humility. That's what he needs. He needs a bunch of callers coming in and go, hey, you're arguing right now, right? Would you agree that you're using a bunch of things that under your epistemic system can't justify? Logic, truth, information, being, mind, meaning, math. Do you agree? Well, he'd kick everybody. Let's see how many people he can kick in a row. I hope he's watching. You hear me, Joel? Coming after you, Joel! You smug little prick. Joel learns grammar. So anyway. See if he responds to that. I'll make a little clip of that. Little bastard. Wah, 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 wah. I didn't see... You know what I did see? I'm going to give Peterson credit. And this is true for any of the atheists who went to modern day debate and hung out with all of us mean fascist people, right? He posted photos, Peterson, of like his time, and he took photos with his opposition, including me, and he got it, in the chat, he was like, oh, did you at least burn your clothes after you, sat next to Jim Bob? And Peterson, I'll give him credit, thanks, Eric, was like, well, I mean, he was like, Debate Bob is kind of like an inflated character, he said in person he's really not that bad. So W in the chat for Planet Peterson for being reasonable with your rabid followers who just want you to hate all of the people you debate against, you know? Good on you. Good on you. You know, because how could he say otherwise? You know, I went up, had a beer with him or a drink with him, chatted with him, had a good debate with him. It was funny. We laughed. I bought his book. I mean, what are you going to say? I don't even smoke cigarettes. I can't even be a mean smoky man bad. You know what I mean? I think people, that's why when we meet in person, that's why I'm starting to see the fruits of in-person activity, you know, because your opposition, when they get to know you, honestly, that's the best case for Christianity. Forget all of the meta-ethical debates and the transcendental argument and the ecumenical councils and all the stuff we're just so immersed in it online. And the weird part is that a lot of times none of that matters. A simple hug can open a door. Opening a door can open a door. Hanging out, cheersing, a drink, a shot, a laugh, a joke. Being a person. Now, I know that's hard for us online because it's like we're a bunch of screens. We're like a bunch of avatars. The reality is when you hang out with these people and they hang out with you, you see how human you are. You know what I mean? I learned that was the case after our debate on Taco's channel. Oh, I'm sorry. What was the case, Austin? I'm sorry. I don't know. What exactly was the case? Oh, you mean like when you called in and we like chatted or whatever? Flannel man bad? I guess that would be no shoulder man bad. Yeah, Troy's. Yeah. Troy's dog training. It's hard to ignore that. You can't. It's like you have to present, you have to actually conjure some cognitive dissonance. And the same goes for us. When we think everyone's such a dick and they're such a squealy little atheist, most people, when you hang out with them, they're just decent. You know, like they're charitable. They can sit with you. They can hang out with you. They can laugh with you. You know, this is important. That you're okay. Yeah. And I found out that about you, Austin. Like, you know, our first exchange was like bickery or whatever, but that's like the nature of online stuff. And you just kind of like calm down. You know, most of the time, all of us have to wait on a long line for Costco gas. Most of us are complaining about trying to figure out our day-to-day, week-to-week activities. Jordan Lofgren, $5. He says, side note, them saying they don't know if truth exists is also a truth claim about what they think. Is it true that you don't? Yeah, that's a good meta attack on that. For sure. The shoulders fallacy is due to leaning forward to the camera. I know a lot of upset people. Well, actually, let me bring this up because this is really funny. This reality. I posted a picture of me and Andrew and Rob Knorr. Now, I will say that this photograph is a bit misleading because I'm about, what would you guys say? I'm about 5 inches away from the wall and they're against the wall, so there's a little perspective there. Andrew's probably like, you fucker. Bad optics making me look shorter than you. You're such a you motherfucker. The reality is I'm a totally normal height. And this is like this photo right here, even though there's a little bit of perspective cheating, I'm a little bit further from the wall than these guys. Andrew's leaning back a little bit, so there's a little bit of a slight L he's making with his body. And he usually doesn't make the L shape with his body. But everyone's losing it. Like this is hilarious. There's no way Jim Bob is that tall. Look, 16 replies. This is hilarious. Jim Bob definitely standing on a milk crate. JB says, Mom, tall Jim Bob doesn't exist. He can't hurt you. And then this, that's a really funny comment. I gotta like that myself. Only person missing is Jay. Master Debaters. This is an album cover. What else? Damn, I thought JB was 5'1". Made by Jim Bob, crossed out. Mogged by Jim Bob. That's funny. Jim Bob is a 6'2" giant. This is funny. Jim Bob's aura just leveled up exponentially. Jim Bob actually has shoulders in real life. Giants the Bible talks about. That's funny. This is so funny. But this is the funniest thing. Like, the fact that there's this first comment that has 16 replies, and there's a debate about it. And then this guy's like, no, everyone's just short. The shoulders make him look small. He's on a box. He's standing closer to the camera. He's actually way taller than people think, Ortho Moon. Thank you, Ortho Moon, for the defense. I mean, geez. Guys, 131 comments on just a photo about my height. I mean, that's really, I should just make my whole channel about the misconception of height. It's just funny. 6 feet is average? Yeah. Between 5'10" and 6 is average. 6 feet isn't the average, though. 5'10", 5'11" at tops is the average. How tall is Jay Dyer? He's about 6 feet, too. Not 6'2". He's about 6 feet also. JB is taking HGH. That's funny. You people are sheep. Follow your leader. What's wrong with being a sheep, Fayblood? What's the matter? I don't get it. What's the problem? I'm just not sure about this. I'm still wondering why is being a sheep a bad thing? I don't get it. I don't get it. I thought being a sheep could be kind of a good thing sometimes. You know what I mean? I think it could be good to be a sheep. Especially if you're going to live in an organized society. I mean, Faye, do you think human rights exist? Faye? Is that your name? Faye? Wow. It's real though. Bill Riley was he was massive. Wait. He was tall though, right? He is tall, right? Isn't Bill O'Reilly like a giant? That guy's frightened. That guy's actually Mr. Mean Man. That guy's actually scary. Bill O'Reilly seems like the kind of guy who
Shoulder man, you don't use YouTube dark mode. Do you hate neutral colors that much?
Oh, I don't even know how to change it. You know, it's better for your eyes, right? I think dark mode. Maybe I'll change that. Conan is a Nephilim. Could be. Could be. Faye, more like you're a midget. What is midget, Austin? Thank you for the $5. 5'5"? My eyes are sensitive. Me and my son have similar reaction to light where even this key light here is killing me. It even has a cutout orange or red filter or something. Or orange. Still too bright. Stop being a sheep. Follow my arbitrary worldview. That's why I ask, people say, oh, being a sheep, you're a sheep. It's like, isn't it good from their worldview? Isn't it good that everyone sheepishly follows the law? You know what I mean? Isn't it good that we don't revolt? Well, I would disagree at this point, but generally speaking, isn't it good that people follow the law, sheepishly? That drive on the right side of the road and Isn't it good that they don't speed when they don't speed and endanger people? I think being a sheep is based. You know what I mean? I think it's a good thing. I don't actually see something wrong with being a sheep. Bah. It's like, bah. I mean, I think sheep are kind of cute. Speaking of, what is Tucky up to these days? Is there any new Tucky? Do you guys dare listen to Candace Owens and Myron Gaines? I don't know if I can. I just don't know if I can do it. She's always coming out with some new stuff. Half of it's interesting. Half of it's like, okay, I'm going to chase soggy breadcrumbs down the rabbit hole again. She just did a whole stream or something about like how Erica Kirk, how like the Egyptian, there's like a plane tracker that's following her around and stuff. And it's like a weird thing. And they're more so following her than Charlie Kirk. And then the plane left. And it's kind of interesting. I just don't. My truther phase is, you know what I mean? I can't put that leotard on anymore. I just can't put the truther leotard on. This is why Mark Levin will not debate Tucky. It's like, yeah. Maybe he's just afraid of me.
We've been watching Mark Levin say things that no one in my lifetime has ever said from the right. Like this, watch.
I don't know where there's Jew hatred from the Marxists, the Islamists, the neo-Nazis, the grifters. I don't know where they're pulling us and pushing us. What do they want to do with American Jews? What do they want to do?
It's not a big deal, Mark. You guys make up, what, 3 to 7% of the total population? We don't want to do anything. What we'd like to do is make it so that Congress and legislation, foreign and domestic policy, isn't catering to 7% of the population. Is that too hard to ask? Is that too big of an ask, Mark Levin? Now, it's ironic that this guy spent his career arguing against what would otherwise be proposed as marginalized people, minorities, right? His whole entire career is based on this view. And yet, when it comes to questioning the disproportionate representation of a Jewish worldview, let's say, whether it's domestic or foreign, or a Zionist worldview, when it comes to that, suddenly it's really important that we appeal to the minority. That doesn't make any sense. That's called an inconsistency, Mark Levin.
What do? Where are they taking this country? They're destroying it. Carlson, Owens, Kelly, Bannon, it is a time for choosing. You pick the good guys or the bad guys.
I need one of those. Subscribe. I need to get more professional around here.
You pit America.
Look at me. Imagine me saying this with this shirt on. That's it. I'm getting more professional around these parts.
You pit the Third Reich. They're not.
And by professional, I mean a cut-off flannel that I did myself with a backwards hat.
MAGA. They're not.
7%, that can't be true? It's probably more like 3. Moral Autist, thank you so much. 5 buckaroos. Looking forward to the day in the not so distant future when you can get an interview with Tucky and you begin to diatribe. Yeah, he'll be interviewing himself. You know what I am going to bring back though is I'm going to make Tucky's little background there, and I'm going to animate Tucky, and you guys we get to switch over on my live stream to you guys asking questions to a live animated Tucky. How does that sound? In fact, I will deliver that when if we reach the goal. Not today. I'll have that set. I'm still waiting for Prot on the spot because I actually made the whole room for that. But the prot's been running silent lately.
Conservative. In fact, they're more Marxist, Islamist. America.
I'll also do, Ben Shapiro. Because Ben Shapiro went dark. He went full villain mode. So villain Ben Shapiro is going to be another one.
Hating Jew-hating thugs than anything else. And let me educate them briefly. The Babylonians couldn't kill the Jews. The Persians couldn't kill the Jews.
Didn't he get that historically wrong, the Persians? Didn't the Persians aid them? I could be wrong. I'm shit at history. But I'm pretty sure the Persians, it wasn't them trying to kill them. Pretty sure. Where's my nerds in the chat?
The Romans couldn't kill the Jews. Hitler couldn't kill the Jews, and by this I mean eliminate them. You think your puny little asses are going to be able to do it?
Don't tempt us.
Kill the Jews?
Kill the Jews? I mean, I can't say that I often think about it. Only in the mornings when I don't have my coffee yet do I think things like that. But nobody actually said that. You sound like a paranoid person. I mean, is Mark Levin suffering from extreme paranoia? Seems like he is.
Your first thought is, wait a second, how do we get to that? No.
I think you watched this. I did watch this, but I'm going to watch it again.
Just don't want a regime change war against Russia. By the way, a war in which Jews would die, presumably, both in the U.S. military and the IDF.
I mean, let's be honest. It's like they didn't actually try that hard. Sounds like a horrible thing to say, but it's objectively true. I mean, if you look at the Havara Agreement, I mean, there's nothing about the Havara Agreement that says they should have tried. They actually gave them the chance to sign a deal to move to Palestine. It's like, I was like,
I don't want to kill anybody. Actually, that's kind of the point. You want to kill the Jews? So the first thing you notice is like the total inversion of what the argument actually is. It's an argument about to what extent should U.S. military...
TB, $10. You have GTA and JP, Red Dead Redemption. You need a final game for Tucky. Well, Tucky could also do... I think I already built an avatar for Tucky on Grand Theft Auto. But any game you build a avatar for, I think Grand Theft Auto is probably the best one. Tucky, however, in Red Dead Redemption as a cowboy would be hilarious. It's like, I don't plan on killing you, but I'm probably going to try to blow your leg off because the graphics are so good. These are really good graphics.
Military power be used on behalf...
I'm not going to shoot you. I'm going to shoot your horse.
of another country, not the United States. That's it. That's the debate. And all of a sudden it becomes the Babylonian.
The Babylonians. Yeah, is that the one you're referring to, though? Yeah. I've seen it. They're all losing it. It's not just like the old they're trying to kill us thing. That's been always in existence. Like, that's their go-to. There's been a whole slew of Israelis who come out and say, well, no, we're trained to do that. We're trained to just scream, you're going to kill us. You're going to make us into soap. They admit it, that it's a tactic, right? Just like the blacks say, you're going to enslave us again constantly. They're, you're just going to, you just want us eliminated. Everyone goes to this cope. And it's never actually true. It's just like, a way of steamrolling and scapegoating your opposition. If you suddenly say, I don't know, this is a weird loyalty trap we're in with Israel. It doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. They're like, you want to throw them in ovens? Like, no, but that's a separate conversation. Can we just focus here? They're actually losing it. They're completely losing it. I don't know if this is true, but apparently Blair White. This may have been a joke someone told, but I'm not sure. But if it's true, it said that Blair White is now one of the keynote speakers for the women's conference for Tapusa. So, If you want to know where conservatism is, that's where it is. Which is completely insane. Crowder kind of fact-checked her place theory. Oh, like where everything's... I mean, she just needs to... Honestly, this might be the one time where everyone agrees that Candace Owens needs to spend more time in the kitchen. Can we agree on that? Like, no matter what side you're on politically, we can all look at Candy Owens and go, you got to get back to the kitchen, lady. You need a break. Seriously. What else we got here? I don't know who this guy is. Arthur Kwon Lee. I think that's a Korean name. He goes after Andrew pretty hard. He goes after like the whatever stuff. He goes after Tartane. Is that his name? Sartane and this other guy with the headband. By the way, if I ever get invited for one reason or the other to go on their podcast, I'm supposed to debate this guy on the left here with the white suit. But, like, would it be a dick move to totally dress exactly like Rollo Tomasi? Without all the muscle? You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be funny if I debated Sartane, but I dressed like Rollo Tomasi? I get really tight white stuff and a do-rag and glasses, and I'm just like, how does random mutation produce a liver? Anyway, this guy's going after everybody, this guy. Arthur Kwon Lee. He says the entire manosphere space is old curmudgeons lecturing their lonely losers toward buying their online courses or products. That might be actually true in a general sense for the red pill. I'm pretty critical of the red pill because it's a road to nowhere. Women are hypergamous, so I can teach you how to level up in the game by telling you to go to the gym. Well, hypergamy is actually a pretty valid summary, and it's a problem. For those of you who don't know, hypergamy is like an uneven. Here comes. Speaking of hypergamy, let's have Vagine talk.
The only ones that actually tried to wipe out Jews were Romans under Hadrian. And it was because the Jews were on their third rebellion and slaughtering every civilian they could find. Even Josephus said they had that one coming. All right.
Thank you for that, Vagine. I could always rely on a Hindu to give us some biblical knowledge. Hypergamy is like the disproportionate monetary and social status between men and women. So, in other words, when women sell all of their folds and holes online and make $1 million in a year, they are elevated in their own head insofar as their status. And what happens is their standard for what a good man is now is unrealistic because they've taken a shortcut by prostituting their body online for a lot of money, and they think, well, now I need what they call a high value man. But the problem is a high value man, the woman who sells their holes and their folds online isn't actually good enough for the high value man now, because the high value man under their perspective is actually in the minority by a lot, top 1%. Well, the problem is the top 1% of the materialistic man, the high-value man with a lot of money, a lot of houses, a lot of cars, he has a pool of women to choose from. He doesn't even need the one who sells her body. He actually can choose women who don't have money. He can choose women who have some money. He can have, whatever he wants, basically. Open playing field. But it's not the same in reverse. The woman who is pursuing her materialistic career and wakes up at 41 and goes, oh crap, I played the field like a high-value man does. I thought a high-value woman also does that. Turns out they accumulate a bunch of body counts, right? So already economically, they're devalued in the sexual marketplace. The man is now of the same age looking for a woman to be the mother of his children and a wife. They're looking for something wholesome, sustainable, traditional. And they're not looking at that chick. And so she's left in awe She's left thinking, what the heck, man? I worked my ass off. I got a lanyard. I worked for Nike. I worked for NASA. I started at 80K and now I'm at, $500,000 a year. I'm a catch, right? I'm a catch. Well, no, men aren't looking for the monetary catch. Men aren't looking for women to be men. Feminism produces a society where a bunch of women think that what they should be doing is pretending to be men out there. Well, don't be upset when you reach 40 and you have wine-stained teeth and 7 cats and you're just dying and dreaming to be invited to some sort of social event so you can flirt with 21-year-olds. Don't be surprised when the men who are equal in age to you or a little bit older don't want to marry you. This is the effects of hypergamy. It gives women a disillusioned view of the playing field. All of their standards skyrocket, but the reality is that 80% of the men who do normal, respectable jobs, blue-collar workers, accountants even, just run-of-the-mill dudes. 85% of the U.S. are just dudes who are just doing their job. They're not super wealthy, but they're looking for monogamy. They're looking for a good woman, and those women who think they're winning, they're not on the shelf for these men. They're not even looking. They're not even looking at that aisle. By the way, look at it from a supermarket perspective. There's an aisle of women who are all done up and they're winning the game of materialism. And they're reaching 40. The men that they're like, where are all the men? Where are all the men? What the heck, man? I won the game. Shouldn't I get the reward, man? And they're like, no. They're actually in the other aisle. They're in the based aisle. Jim Bob on whatever would be cool. I've been on whatever 4 times. It was fun. I was liked. I wasn't favorited though. You know what I mean? My approach wasn't super antagonistic. It was more fun. Honestly, I think that show, if you're asking me my opinion, I think that show should go more fun. There's a lot more you can do on that show or any big platform. That isn't to say you get rid of this combative thing that happens, because that's also obviously part of the model, but I just think it could be a lot more comedy. I think you could do a lot more comedy there. So we all been lied. Yeah, well, feminism was it's actually worse. Egalitarianism was the lie. Feminism sprouted from this view. It's real bad. It's just a bad view. Society wins when you get rid of this utopian view of egalitarianism. Feminism was such a terrible lie told to women, and not by the way, given by men. That's what's so ironic, where it's given by men. It aids and helps male industrialists, male corporatists.
Hello, Jimothy. Can you please refill my water bowl? The cow knocked it over again.
No.
Also, my trough is running low on curry. Please let me out of my cage soon for a street shit break.
No.
Thank you. Come again.
No, that's on you guys. You guys fix India yourself. It's not our obligation, okay? Tweets from the streets was hilarious. Yeah, that was, I was like, we got to push that as a segment. That's hilarious. Just, you just go with what works, I guess. What can I say? I want to do creative stuff, but that's why I started my own thing, with Tony. Okay. Fine. It's not like I loved flying out to California and leaving my family for a weekend and then having to go to a church without them. That's not fun. Extra spicy feels bad. A lot of times, Vermilion, it does. A lot of times it feels bad. Not just that, JB, even us who never bought into it are screwed because of the girls. Yeah, yep, that's right. It's terrible. Oh, what I was saying is who wins? Well, industrialists win, corporatists win, conglomerates win, banks win, credit card companies win. All of the worst, coldest, sterile systems win. And they're men. They're run by men still. So you're not fooling anyone, ladies. You're not fooling anyone with this. They win. You work for men. They pay you. You work for banks. This music is too sexy for this conversation. This is much better for fighting feminism. Remember I did a voiceover of James True to this song? The owl meets me in the dark before dawn. I put my sandals on. I talk to the owl. He gives me great wise joy. I sleep with the owl by the nearby bush, no longer burning with desire in my tush. Poor guy. What is he up to? You know what? Speaking of, I'm glad I got reminded. Let's see what James True is up to. What a good idea. Let's see what he's up to. He's got to be saying some funny things. What do we got here? Videos. The Aztec Cortez gods. Let's hunt white people. The tyrants of mythology. The problem with democracy. This could be interesting because I think there's a problem with democracy. Maybe I can agree with James True on something, shall we? If you guys don't know who James True is, he's kind of like a Nietzsche, Gnostic, sort of like mystic. I don't even know how to categorize him at this point. A lot of nonsense, though. Blast from the past. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's do Blast from the past. This is going to be fun.
And I are supposed to hate oligarchy. Sam Cedar's out there right now going, and this is a fucking oligarchy. You guys better fucking keep waving oligarchy because we can't practice our democracy. We're in trouble. And I want to know why is that better? Why is an oligarchy worse than a democracy? We claim that, well, an oligarchy is full of shit. If you don't know what an oligarchy is, ruled by the little, the tiny, the small number. And that, well, if we're ruled by a small number, we're oppressed. But if we're ruled by a majority, we're not. This
just kind of hopped over the... Well, I don't want to get TOS. I mean, I'll watch that, but I'm kind of like, well, that seems like a big, immediate red flag. I'm trying to keep up my streams, honestly. I've been recently having a problem or a challenge keeping up my live streams.
This puts the re-intard of the American kind of collective.
Am I banned from his... I don't know if I am, Filter Guy. I'm not sure if he unbanned me.
The idea that somehow that's better. The idea that having manyarchy is somehow more free for me than an oligarchy.
What happened to the finger butt guy? Oh, he's just still spurging. He's trying to latch himself on to Andrew and Rachel. He's desperate for anything. Like, he's running with the clip that all of those people who hate Andrew are running with. He's doing the same thing. He's basically like, I mean, that's his model. That's Owen's model, is just, you're not attacking people. Like, for instance, right now, I'm going to, if James True says something I don't agree with, I'm going to attack it philosophically. I might make fun of him too, but I'm mostly attacking his view and making fun of him if I do that. People like Benjamin, they actually try to start like claw fights with people and then convert the claw fight into something monetary, right? It's all like, it's not about argumentation. It's about like having a pithy cat fight. And it's just so gay. It's just so feminine and everyone sees it. And now we're at the point where most of us just feel bad. we just feel bad at this point. We're like, ugh, poor guy. Who's the finger in the butt guy? Owen Benjamin.
And we've been fighting this all along, but I would ask, do we even really have this? Is this system really what we have? Technically, by all intents purposes, we are a polyarchy. We're ruled by several, right? An oligarchy ruled by a small, privileged few, often but not always the wealthy. So oligarchy doesn't even have to be wealthy. This could be your republic of philosopher kings. 12 cranial nerves convening in Mount Olympus in your brain, conducting what it would say is terrorist removal, immigration policies, and the displacement of the thalamus that's collected all of the dopamine from the body and distributes it to what it considers fair.
Austin says, I don't think laissez-faire, democratic, or authoritarian leadership styles are inherently better than the other. It depends on the situation, like protecting your kids, authoritarian for sure. Yeah, this is what I've been arguing too, Austin. When people say like, oh, it's authoritarian. When I look up authoritarian or even fascist, for that matter, it gives like 5 characteristics. And let's imagine those characteristics, like attributes on the back of a baseball card, could be rated from 0 to 10. And I saw something interesting when you list the characteristics of authoritarianism or even fascism into like 5 different attributes, you realize that whatever view you actually hold that you do believe is the true best system will have some will have a scale. It won't be 0. For instance, across the board of those attributes. Let's say using top-down force with the pointing of a gun. If you don't do this, you go to jail. That's authoritarian, right? Whatever it is, like whatever you pick as your ideal system, there's going to be a level of authoritarianism involved. It's impossible. You can't have an ordered system. You can't have a society without authority. There's always going to be some threshold that someone is okay with authority and not okay with authority. And then I get into, like, you mentioned the family. Yeah. So I'm thinking, like, well, something like democracy or like a representative republic, the more diverse and plural the system the society gets, the less workable the democratic system gets. It's just math. Now, coincidentally, the more cohesive and homogeneous the society is, the more it acquiesces around their values and their customs and their norms, their language, how you live. Like, let's mention, like Japan or something. It's a unit. Now, like, coincidentally, the less pluralistic a society is, and maybe even the smaller it is, the more cohesive it is, the more workable a representative republic would be, because the polarity between two sides would be less. The bridge between a right-leaning system or a left-leaning system is less. We saw this in Europe leading up to what? Immigration. Suddenly immigration produces a wider gap between left and right, more polarized. But up until that point, you look at all of the European nations and they have their own cultural, heritage, ethnic, linguistic identity. Very pure in a sense. And because of that, the difference between left and right isn't so polarizing. It's still there. There's still a way to argue for one or the other, but the gap is so small, now it's massive. I don't know what the threshold number is. Like, I don't know. Is it 1 million? Is it a population of 5 million? Well, whether it's 1 million or 5 million, a system, a society of 1 million people with in-group preferences, ideologies, language, they all work together in a single system uniformly, is going to do better than one that has superior technology but is completely pluralized in their identity. Pluralism is a shit show.
And good. A theocratic, form of government pretending that it's not a theocracy, that all of the people that are saying all these things about the separation of church and state are just showing you a new kind of religion. And
I agree with them.
this religion is the belief in the majority. One of the biggest proofs of this is the Bible of science itself. This is not a bash at science. This is not a bash at statistical, empirical evidence collection. But if you look at the rules of science, it tells you that every single thing that happens in the world does not count, does not exist, is not provable, is not factual, and can never be cited in a paper until it's seen by more than one person. And the observer itself creates this majority, it creates this plurality that decides what is real. And as long as we live in a system that demands that we need a collective to decide what's real, as long as we live in a system that demands what the self experiences does not count until he can convince someone else to sign on, is truly a flaw of sovereignty, of personal power.
I half agree with him here. Ultimately, he's missing one element, which is just pure force, which is like, you don't actually need to convince anybody anything's real. What you do is convince them through a gun. You could do that. I'm not saying that's the ought. I'm saying descriptively, he's missing the force element. You don't need to convince people that rights are real. You don't. You don't need to convince me that rights are real. I can deny the existence of rights, which I do. I don't think rights exist. I don't think there's a worldview that can justify pure entitlements without any duties. That's a weird. So it's actually a performative contradiction because, it's not a performative contradiction. There's an inconsistency, which is if you assume rights exist, the very next statement you have to make is that we ought to, or we have a duty to abide by them or to acknowledge them. That's a different claim. So you don't have to convince people that something's real, James True. It's demonstrably the case that you just use force. It doesn't matter if they believe you or not. Someone who comes from another country where there's no human rights, there's no civil liberties, they come to the U.S. and they act as if rights don't exist. If they act on that, the gun comes up and goes, no, this exists. And the guy is like, I don't believe that. And you're like, well, I do. My religion is rights. I'm going to force my religion onto you.
Of personal existence and of your direct experience in this world. And the only reason why you're stuck in this trough with this yoke on your back is because of the collective prana of how good it feels to have a group back you up. It is, you're the lead goose. No, you're not the lead goose, and you're feeling the airstream, and it pulls you along. You are drafting the crowd, and that drafting saves you calories that are vital that you...
See, this is where I lose him. He starts doing poetry around the fire pit, and I'm just like, can you speak in natural language, please?
You can take home to your wife and kids, your partner, your animal, your...
Can we just stop with the haikus, dude? You'd be a lot more popular, James, if you just stop the flowery nonsense poetry, okay? I know you love poetry, but come on. If you want to give your take, and if it's based, I'll agree with you. If it's not, I'll disagree with you. But the thing is, it's like, just, dude, stop with the poetry, dude. Just say the thing you have to say.
Your community and treat...
You don't need new language. You don't have to say calories. You don't have to do all this stuff. You don't have to say, like, elevated and where, whatever you're saying. Just, dude, normal language. Let's go. You can do it.
The world...
You don't have to hypnotize us. You don't have to swing a pendulum in front of us.
Better.
Looks like Woody Harrelson saw a ghost.
So drafting is good.
James. Meg Bob, can you remove my child from my vicinity, please?
Finding more calories is good. How you do that becomes something that the shallow witness is unable to see, and that the long witness ends up being tortured by, as he's hoping that others will catch along. So a plutocracy is an oligarchy made out of money. So you see that money itself is not even necessarily the root of power. In fact, when you think about what money is, money would just be the manifestation of all of the theocracy of every single person that has resources.
Yeah, that's a little flowery too. No, money is just a buffer between labor and material. It's like simple. If I make boots and Sally makes bread, I want bread, but Sally don't like boots. Money. You don't have to say it like that, dude. You're not Jack Kerouac. The theocracy. No. It's just money is a tool that represents labor and value and material, which is labor. Material is labor. So, what are you talking about? So it's not, money's not hard. Money's not a hard one. Simple. I make boots, Sally makes bread. I want bread, Sally don't want boots. Here's money.
You vote with your witness, you vote with your money. I personally have been helping Jeff Bezos build a giant underground fucking clock. That's what I've been doing. I've been like, Jeff, you're the guy, man. I want you to fucking have all this money. I suck, man. I'm ruining this world. I really am. I can feel better because I didn't buy a Cybertruck. I was just like, well, I'm fucking great. Look how great I am. I didn't buy a Cybertruck. Then you start to understand. So really, we just jump into the arena just to feel better. We don't really.
Why does Stream Elements keep talking about it? I know. I got to update the Stream Elements.
Jump in the arena to do anything right. Feeling better is right, isn't it? But when it comes to
Reddit poetry, it is a bit Reddit poetry at this point. Anyway, I thought I'd, catch up because he used to be a fun meme to go after, and I could see why he's growing slowly. He still is at 20K, and he's been doing this for a bit. Problem is, it's so esoteric that you lose people. It's just so flowery that you're only going to get like those really sort of poetic, emotional men or a bunch of ladies. And then if you get a bunch of ladies, you're getting probably a bunch of ladies who are alone, and then, you're getting poor ladies. So your demographic and your base is a bunch of poor ladies and really weak men. It's not good. It's not a good thing. You got to get out of there, buddy. Metaphysics Mike. Christianity members only still. I kind of wanted to watch the Jake Rattlesnake and Peterson debate. He's really doing the members only thing, huh? He did release which is better for society, Christianity or Islam. Interesting. That might be good, something to look at. Mike Jones. You guys want to watch that for a second? Let me see. Steelborn 5 buckaroos, by the way, is a good time to pay your dues, y'all. Make sure you pay your taxes over here. We've got nearly 600 people here. We're at almost 25, halfway to the goal, with an hour and less than halfway left. Do I need to sing ridicule you again? Is that what you guys need before we watch this? Because I want to watch this. But, unfortunately, I might have to hold you hostage. If you guys want to if you want to cross the bridge, you got to pay the toll. He's making a Muslim hand gesture right there. Looks like he's saying beheading. Beheading, brother, beheading, behead you. Beheading. Steelborn posted a video, thank you for the $5, of Michael Knowles in the Discord stream ideas chat that I can link. You should review if you want. Discord stream ideas, okay. Let's just at least have it so that's in a queue in a queue. Gimme, gimme, gimme all your money. Even if you think I'm not that funny. Gimme, gimme, gimme all your income. 'Cause this channel don't survive without you. Don't be a...
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
I didn't say it. Psychopath. Who's Mike Jones? He's the inspiring philosophy guy who I want to debate. Maybe at the next debate conference, DebateCon, he will try to make the case that evolution is compatible with Christianity. I would say no. That's what I want to debate him on. Don't worry, I'm not that mean of a person. You saw Mike Jones. I'll make fun of your squeaky voice, but, you know, you're a good guy. Thank you, Unhitbone. $2. Thank you so much. Pay your taxes. Another membership coming in. Thank you so much. What is it? Steelborn, you should just DM it. It's easier for me to find if you DM it to me. What is it? Show ideas? Show suggestion? Oh, there it is. Michael knows how out of touch he is. He is out of touch. He wants to sing a song on a stage. He wants to dance around in a cage. Michael knows. Dude's just a Broadway chick. Michael Knowles is just a Broadway chick. Meg Bob Latte Fun, thank you so much. Wi-Fi Gospel puts in $5. Dude, the guy Mike debated on Islam said, I'm not afraid to debate. Did you see me cry? And he called his wife mid-debate and asked her if he beats her. Oh my God, I didn't know that happened. He's spurging on X, though. He's really losing it. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Shoreline. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat. Increasing the citizenship of Jortlandia. Nicely done. Oh. If you're a musician and you're saving up for a guitar, I highly recommend this Orangewood. No, I'm not paid by them, though they should pay me. This is called the Rubber Bridge. Pretty affordable, super affordable, considering how much guitars could be. But the cool thing about this guitar is it's muted because it has a rubber bridge. That's why it's called a rubber bridge. And so, if you guys want to know what I mean by rubber bridge, you'll hear the distinct sound of this guitar after I tune it up and shame you with song. You need a shame grift approach. Pay your taxes. Pay your taxes in D. Pay your taxes in G. Don't be a cheap fuck. Don't be a cheap fuck. Don't be a cheap knuckle dragon moon cricket. Mommy made me eat my M&Ms. Jim Bob made me pay my little tax. What song is this? This is just a tax song. It's called Tax Interlude. Pay your taxes now. Don't be a cheap little cow. Come on. Pay the minstrel. Cross the toll. Pay the toll. If you like the stream, pay the toll. Don't be a ditch licker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're a pay piggy, not a cash cow. Thank you very much. Nice Wi-Fi. I need some rosin. Pay your taxes or I'll start singing.
Pay your taxes or I will start singing along.
Sounds like a 5th grade violin student. I agree. I agree. I do agree. No arguments there. We're at 41. We can get 9 more. Did I just show up for time for the grift? Yeah, this is the silent musical grift where I don't actually say anything. And you help me meet my goal. Thank you, Stillborn. I just played it yesterday, Stillborn. Nose to the Grindstone. It's going to be a good one. I think it might be the best one I did so far, so thank you for that. Close. We can move on. Stairway to Taxation. Did I play it on the stream? No, I'm playing it. I'm practicing it because I'm gonna record a good version of it, and I'm gonna add the bow. This bow, Picasso, it's called. I'm gonna add that to it. It's gonna be grand. It's gonna be real good. Let me tell you what. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you so much. 5 more to go, and we'll bring up this rock liquor debate. We shall bring up the rock liquor debate. Dude, I need a new pedal. This reminds me of solemn worship nights. Yeah, I could do that.
Give you money.
You made me free. You made me free. You gave me a house. You gave me eyes to see. You made me whole. You gave me an income that I can dole out. Got some new clubs for Christmas. Did quite well on the 8th hole because you did that for me. Yeah, he did that for me.
He is mighty.
If there's anyone out there who wants to come up to the stage and put their email down on this folder, promise we won't bombard you with emails. Anyone wants to give their life away today, just come up on the stage, take your shoes and socks off, we'll dip your little feetsies in the water. He gave me eyes to see, he gave me a car, and it was free. He filled up my tank, he made me not stank, he gave me a new iPad. You know what I should do? I should make it like there's like lasers and stuff. I need like a laser background. Maybe I have one. Hold on a second. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be.
He is mighty!
That's right. You just come up here and we'll give you your own bass solo. Isn't that right, Rick? Gave me my goal. He made me whole. Just when I was looking for an answer, I went outside and I tried to cure cancer. So went out to Starbucks, lo and behold, the barista you don't know what they told me. You won't believe what happened to me. I read one verse of the Bible, set me free.
It's mighty!
Snagglebeast says, can't give much. Traveling
worry
to
about
the
it, Snaggle.
Florida conference. Wish it worked out for you and Meg. But now I can finally meet Jay in person. God bless, Jim Bob.
It's mighty!
I think you guys earned it. I mean, I don't want to interrupt worship, but you know, sometimes we have to. All right. Okay, you guys suffered enough.
He is mighty!
All right, where was I? All right.
And shots. I hope so. Yes. Amen, brother.
So
Amen.
why isn't the law in America
reflecting that. Why do you guys have pedophiles that are celebrated like Jeffrey Epstein?
What point was this?
What?
If you can let me speak,
No.
please.
Was that guy a plant?
And explain why Islam is better for humanity.
Oh, finally! We'll be waiting for this. Go ahead, please.
Let me
I like to see Mike Jones like
tell you
this.
something, Michael.
Are you done filibustering?
I literally
Nice.
Nice,
Mike.
had a dream
I had a
where I
dream.
met Jesus Christ.
Okay, ML.
Yeah, that's true. He is mighty! Wait, Rock Liquor gone prot?
Okay. I have a dream.
I had a dream.
Nice. Dude, Mike, nice, dude.
Look, he's making fun of me when I'm talking about Jesus Christ.
Now you're talking about your dream.
I want to introduce our speakers before we do jump into their role to pray for the...
I'm not saying everything about Islam is bad. What I am saying, though, is that Christianity creates more optimal societies with better results. And although
I don't want to skip over these, by the way. Austin comes in for the goal ×2. Thank you so much, Austin from Australia. Much love to you. Hits the goal. I don't know if you guys said anything during the goal, but I promise I will read them. He is mighty!
Although there are some good results associated with Islam, it produces less optimal societies and results in harmful outcomes and practices. This will be clear as I go through the data. Let's start with war and violence. Davis Brown has spent several years studying this. He conducted one of many.
Mike Jones went to... I did. I talked to him. He was like... I told him about my debate, and I was like, did you watch? He said, I saw the beginning, but I went to church. I said, oh, cool, where'd you go? And he said, I went to the liturgy. And I was like, dude, that's awesome.
Studies on the influence of religion in interstate armed conflict. And his model has robustness checks. In terms of government religious preference, he found that Buddhism was non-significant. Christianity was strongly negatively associated with war and conflict, but Islam was positively associated with it. To quote, a state with a non-zero median Christian GRP is 60% less likely to initiate a fatal armed conflict than a state with no Christian GRP. A state with a maximum Christian GRP is 73% less likely. Whereas empirical results suggest that states with Christian GRPs are less likely to use force.
Yes'm. Austin, another 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Old Kobo, I said, don't recommend the channel for Christian King, Orthodox hater, but YouTube keeps... Yeah, dude, he comes up on mine, too. He's the worst, dude. He's like an early, midnight to 3 a.m. Radio DJ, but against orthodoxy. Rock Liquor, is that like a ditch liquor? No. Similar. I can't wait. My dad and I love Lie to Me. Thank you so much, Steelborn. Yeah, I'm excited to play it. I'm just getting the right key for me to sing it. It's a really good song.
They also suggest that states with Muslim GRPs are moderately more likely. At the lowest threshold of using force, a state with the median non-zero Muslim GRP is 84% more likely to resort to force than a state with no Muslim GRP. He strengthened his results in a book he published in 20.
I see his angle there. That, the angle is Islam is by the sword ultimately, which honestly, when it comes down to it, we all are. I think we're all learning that now. But he's doing kind of like, I think Mike might be presenting to the audience that he's basically arguing, I think, just from the little I gathered, is that he's arguing from a don't force your shit on me kind of view, which I kind of disagree with, but for the sake of this argument, it's probably a good tactic.
2019. Muslims,
but I want to hear the other guy.
Or voice psychologization.
I'm sure Mike's opener is great.
Nazareth in 1948. Why?
I need to make an ironic Prot album, definitely. Prot's greatest hits?
Because she was Muslim. Muslims have been oppressed in the Middle East.
Good. Based. Sent 5, didn't see them tally. Did they come through? Yes, thank you. The Pew Place. Thank you so much. You own a gun store, the Pew Place? I had this idea for a channel that's I'm incapable of doing because I don't know enough about guns, but it's called the Pew Review. Pew Review channel.
Ever since
Israel has been established as a state. What does Christianity and Judaism say? Jews are the chosen people, and Israel is the holy land that belongs to Jews.
What?
Unfortunately, if I was to bring Bible verses to try and disprove that today,
Bible verses from a Muslim.
I wouldn't be able to convince you guys because
Yeah, no shit.
America tells you to support Israel.
What?
But the reason I'm here today
What?
is to show you that Islam is actually better for humanity and not a threat to humanity. We didn't come to destroy America.
You're a threat to Christianity, which is a threat to humanity.
We didn't come to make you hate Israel. Even though Israel is committing a genocide against our country, for 700 days, my family starved. I sent them money. They couldn't even buy flour because the money I sent them wasn't enough. For 700 days, my family would call me every night telling me, I don't think I'm going to talk to you tomorrow because maybe I'm going to die. Maybe a bomb is going to drop on my house and I'm not going to be able to talk to you.
Why are you in my country? What, you leave your family to die? Not there protecting your family? He's all, hey, Mom, I hope you guys don't get annihilated by Israel. By the way, I got to do a debate in Nashville.
For 700 days, I cried and prayed for Jesus to return on this earth. How many Christians
I know, he's at DebateCon, not at the RNC.
do you know that do that? I'm a Muslim with a Palestinian identity.
I gotta say, you know, I'm okay generalizing people. You know, I think it's useful, but I could never unsee the IQ problem now. Like every debater, every Muslim debater affirms the IQ theory every time. They're just like, they jump from one, yeah, exactly. They jump from one thing to another. They can't hold a concept in their mind for long enough to have a through line. It's bizarre to see. I almost think like you can't really use debate with them.
With the same birthplace as Jesus.
What?
I wasn't born in Nazareth. My
Excuse
grandma was
me?
born in Nazareth.
Who cares?
But I feel such a deep tie to that location. And that
Who cares? What are you
place,
talking about?
For one reason only.
I wish you could cut to Mike. You know, if I could give unsolicited advice to, well, let's face it, the debate show that I'm going to do with Tony is going to solve all these problems. But I'm just saying, if you have a debate channel and it's media based, right? The cut, you keep the audio, but you could just as well cut and do zoom in reactions to people. You know what I mean? I know that takes a little production, but you know, I'm snooty. I want to see Mike Jones's face right now.
We suffered death for the last 700 years, for the last 700 days. We suffered oppression for the last 75 years, and I'm still standing in front of you today with a smile on my face.
That's a smile?
I'm still standing today praying for the return of Jesus. And
what?
And I'm still trying to make humanity better. So
Yeah.
despite being one of the most oppressed individuals in the world, a Muslim is standing here in front of you telling you, I want to make the world a better place.
Oh.
So let's begin. How
Nice.
can Islam make the world a better place? How can
Tell
Islam
me.
improve humanity?
Tell me. The Puke Place comes in for another big $20. Thank you. Very generous of you. Where did it go? He says, thought lack of understanding of the Trinity was bad faith. Turns out it's just a low average IQ. It could be. You know what I mean? It really could be. I think Jay has seen this. I mean, Jay has probably had the most exposure to Muslims. And he could say without a doubt that they would be properly categorized as the lowest IQ in his experience. That I've watched too. I've watched his debates with these people. They are really low IQ. The Muslim Lantern, very low IQ. If I was IP, I'd just be making exacerbated expressions to the audience. That's what I would be. I'd be making them laugh right now.
Doesn't Christianity already do that? Well, when you bring Islam into the equation, Islam simply brings more clarity. It brings more completion.
We was Kangs and persecuted, but I went into Floyd's. I was able to go into Floyd's before DebateCon.
It brings more simplicity. You brought up a lot of points about polygamy in the
dude looks like an actor from an And One commercial.
Opening statement, which you didn't say anything of your opinion. You just read research, which is kind of disappointing because I was hoping to hear some of your
I feel like this guy does tutorials on dribbling.
Opinions about Islam. The only one that you sort of
I feel like he collects and repairs old Nikes from the 90s.
Yelled out was a slur against our prophet. That's usual. We're used to.
Yeah, I'll slur your prophet.
Islam's clarity is very, very prominent in our book.
You don't get
the book
to
says,
ask those questions.
I'm just going to open a random page on the book.
Yeah, let's
and
do
I'm going to
it.
read. All right?
Good. Random.
And I'm going to show you how precise this book is. You saw me flip the page.
He's gonna do the Quran black what do you call it? The black ball thing? The 8-ball. Quran 8-ball challenge. You guys, I'm gonna pull up the Quran random page. I'm gonna show you how based it is.
I didn't put a lot of thought into it.
No shit.
Indeed, we have created man, and we know whatever thoughts his inner self develops, and we are closer to him than his jugular vein.
Huh?
This chapter is chapter 50, and the verse that I just read is verse 15. Huh. Verse 15, chapter 50 in the Quran, randomly pulled up, just told you that God is the creator of man.
Oh.
And God is closer to man than his jugular vein.
Oh.
I don't see Jesus sitting right next to me.
Oh.
I don't see Jesus anywhere in this room.
Oh.
So either the Quran is false or something is missing.
This guy has no right debating Mike Jones. This guy maybe this is an effect of someone pulling out of the debate. Is that what happened? Did someone pull out of the debate? This doesn't make sense. There's no way this guy was like vetted through other debates where they were like, yeah, well, we should get him up there against Mike Jones. This is not even fair. I mean, he can barely string a sentence together. He's like, Jesus is not in the room. Looks like a cashier at a jewelry computer repair shop. Yeah. He's the kind of guy who like, he spends way too much time telling you how he's going to get the dirt out of the the plug of your phone, the plug socket, and you're just like, dude, just fix it. And he like keeps coming out to like show you what he's doing, and you're like, dude, just fix it.
I literally just opened this verse randomly to show you that Islam is very clear. You will never open the Quran and read a verse and be in confusion. This is a myth. Anybody who says, open up the Quran, you're going to see evil, they don't open up the Quran themselves. If I was to ask Michael here, what are the 6 pillars of faith in Islam? He wouldn't even know. You probably studied that because it's a very, very popular question, and I apologize.
That's a contradiction.
Right now. That's good. I didn't ask you the question, though. This is my opening statement, so please let me finish.
Wah, I want you to cry harder.
In Christianity, there are a lot of great stuff. A lot of amazing stuff. Because the God of the Bible is the God of the Quran. So when you say that Christianity is so amazing for humanity...
Did anyone watch this? I wonder if Mike Jones levied the dilemma on him. Do you guys know?
Mike told me that no one else he reached out to was willing to come debate him. I told Mike that this junior guy was wasted on him.
Yeah, this is a waste.
I actually agree with you.
I mean, it's a good meme. I mean, anything that makes Islam look as ridiculous as it is a win.
I live in a Christian country. I became educated enough to be able to stand on a stage, sit down on a stage, and talk to you guys. Talk to you guys about the return of Jesus. Talk to you guys about the oppression that is happening in the world that is hiding behind Christianity and Judaism. Christianity right now is at a very critical point. You guys are the world's largest religion. The biggest group of Jesus followers. Muslims are right behind you. People like Michael Jones have a hard time believing that Muslims follow Jesus. Muslims believe in the virgin birth of Jesus. Muslims believe that there's only one son of Virgin Mary, and his name is Jesus of Nazareth. Muslims believe that Jesus only spoke the truth. Muslims believe that the Bible was the word of God and was revealed by Allah to
No, we don't believe that the Bible is the word of God. We believe Christ is the word. We believe the Bible is Holy Scripture. Rock liquor
to humanity, just as the Torah, the Zabur, and what came before it. There was even a group of monotheists that lived in ancient Mesopotamia that are mentioned in the Quran called Sabians. Now, if I was to call them Muslims, someone like Michael would lose.
This is on 1.5.
His absolute mind. He would say, how are they Muslim? How are these ancient people?
His whole argument was Muslims love Jesus too.
That predate Islam, why are they considered Muslim? Well, because there's a central key foundation in the doctrine of Islam, which is submission to God. And that literal phrase, submit to God, exists in the Bible. Jesus taught us how to submit to God. In Matthew, it says he fell on his face and prayed. He fell on his face and prayed to submit to God. He gave his free will to his Father and never did anything out of his own will. He never taught his own words. I would call Jesus a Muslim. Every time I post on X, Jesus is a Muslim prophet, it gets 200 likes and 3,000 replies. Why? Why is it such a bad statement to say that Jesus was a Muslim prophet? Hopefully in this debate, I can clear up the misconceptions that Christian apologists always trip on when it comes to explaining why Islam is better for humanity. Michael Jones brought up some very good points, and I agree with him. Islamic community needs more education. We need more freedom from the West. We need the bombs to stop dropping on our heads while we go to sleep so we can improve humanity. Islam will never be able to better humanity as long as Islam is in war. Right now, people like Michael Jones are declaring war on Islam. They say, oh, Islam is good. You know, not everything about Islam is bad. But then they go and say, our prophet was a pedophile. So there's a bit of hypocrisy here. I didn't come to you with data in my opening statement. I came to you with a real story, real pain, and I'm not even making it about myself. All I'm trying to remind you is that Jesus is returning. Jesus is coming back in this lifetime. I've had dreams where I met Jesus. I'm still a Muslim. You know what that means? That means there's something in Islam that you all need to understand. Something that I'm going to try and bring out of my heart today. So maybe it can reach any open heart in the audience today or anyone watching.
Dude, he's doing prot. He's literally doing my worship song. And I'm going to invite everyone up to stage to accept the Islamic account of Jesus Christ into their hearts. Okay. $5 from Jason. He made a wrong turn on his way to the mosque. He thinks he's preaching. Yeah, he's doing a sermon, dude. It's
genuinely
wild.
thinks that Muslims are not bad people. I'm going to put your heart of comfort. I'm going to put these accusations to rest. I told Michael, don't insult our prophet. Don't go there.
Whatever, fuck your prophet. Your prophet's a dirty man. Your prophet's a false prophet. Your prophet has a 2 millimeter dick.
Because you're going to change the whole debate, and he's already done that. So the direction of this debate is not going to be a back and forth. It's rather going to be who can win over the audience. Michael's not telling you Jesus is coming back. A Muslim is sitting on stage telling you Jesus is coming back. Go back to your churches. Go back and read the Bible. Read what it says about Jesus. So
what?
When he comes back, you know who he is. We pray for Jesus to come back because we literally cannot leave our country. Palestine is literally enclosed in an open air prison. Nobody's allowed to leave unless they pay a $10,000 ransom fee. To who? We all know who.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
We all know who. The governments, the people who claim to be Christians, Muslims, Jews, but they're not telling you Jesus is coming back. Michael Jones is not telling you Jesus is coming back. The people in
is Jesus coming back is irrelevant to the debate topic. Which is best for society, Christianity or Islam? Junior here, spelled with a V, Junior, says Jesus is coming back.
Palestine are telling you Jesus is coming back. The people who watch every single church get destroyed. The church of St. Polyphorus in Gaza has been destroyed. I hope I can get a statement from you, Michael, that says, I condemn the genocide in Gaza. You claim to be a defender of children. You claim to love children. You know what I've been doing for the last 700 days? I haven't been attacking Christianity. As a Muslim, I've been posting videos of our dead children. And what happens on the platforms that I post them on? I get shadow banned. I get called a liar. I get attacked. Muslims face so much persecution today. So for you to just say that Islam is not better for humanity is just unfair. When Islam gets out of this age of war, and enters a golden age of knowledge and education.
Knowledge and education when you're still banging your cousins and making deformed people with pea-sized brains? How is Islam the beacon of knowledge and education if your IQ is at 70 to 80?
You will see the beauty in the Muslim people. Did you see the viral TikTok video of the woman who called 20 Christian churches? I don't know if they were Protestant or Catholic. I'm not going to go there. But I think this should wake up every single Christian in America. When you have a single mother, I don't care if she was a scammer. I don't care if it was a social experiment. I don't care if it was just a TikTok video. A woman calls 20 churches, and all of them refuse to give her baby formula. She calls an Islamic church, well, at least...
He's using the Planet Peterson argument? We don't even know.
That's what she called it. A mosque told her when and where. Where are you and when do you need it? And he asked her one more question. What kind of baby formula do you need? The mosques are equipped to handle such tragedies in society.
Oh my gosh, this is the worst. Is there an argument here anywhere? No, there's not. There's no argument. There's no argument. Sorry, I have to just do this really quick. I have to color key this. You guys get to see the behind the scenes. There we go. Nice. Nice. Let's get that up. There we go. Oh yeah. I remember who you are. Now we're talking. Love it. This is one of my favorite. Really one of my favorite. Let's get him over here where he belongs.
Proud of what we're like. We are proud of what we're gonna. We are proud of who we are.
Love it. So glad that's back.
They're equipped to handle such demands from single mothers, whereas the churches are not. So it's quite ironic to me that Michael, sat down last night, last minute, pulling up all this data about women being oppressed, when in fact, you know what? Women are not oppressed. I'm literally going to call my wife right now, and I'm going to show you a real-time example of a good Muslim husband.
What the F, dude? What are you doing? What is happening? What is this? What are we watching? See, this is why we need a cut to Mike Jones. I mean, what a missed opportunity, just looking at Mike Jones, watching him call his wife. Like, you know how much I'd pay for that right now?
Hi, baby. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Hi, honey. Go Islam.
Just dealing with a teething toddler.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is she crying? Baby, I have one question just real quick because the audience is listening. Have I ever put my hands on you?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Have I ever beat you?
No.
Okay, I love you so much. Let me finish this debate and I'll call you back.
This is so embarrassing. This is like something like you'd see like an 8th grader do. Like, I'm going to call my mom right now.
So right there, you can't make this up.
You can't make this up. I called my wife, therefore Islam's good for society. Yeah. Dude, you should be honestly, you should be kicked out of every country.
I've never put my hands on my wife. I've read the entire Quran. I'm in the process of memorizing it. I'm in the process of memorizing hundreds and hundreds of hadith.
I want to see the audience reaction to this. This is just gold.
And not a single one has told me to put my hands on my wife. And if it did, I definitely would have, because I follow Islam. And I do everything Islam tells me. The reason I'm sitting here taking scrutiny today, being attacked, whatever he says to me, I'm going...
You're retarded.
...to accept it. You know why? Because none of this matters. What matters is the return of Jesus Christ. Jesus will return. I swear to God, if I speak lies, may God strike me down. May God kill me. We are facing a genocide in Palestine right now. They've made this whole play online that there's a ceasefire. There's a yellow line. And if you cross that line, you're going to get murdered without any question asked.
I want to take a moment to say thank you to our friends at Maine First Project for sponsoring DebateCon 6, as they also believe in the values of free speech and fair debate. Maine First Project is fighting for conservatism in New England and beyond. So check out their link in the description box below. I have the timer set for you, Mike, for your first rebuttal. That's 10 minutes.
Don't worry.
What the heck?
Let me know when you're ready.
Ready on your first word to start the timer.
All right. Appreciate that. How's everybody doing? Let's wake up the crowd. Come on. See? That is how you wake up a crowd. Thank you. All right, so let's get into this right here. A lot of stuff to go through. Not a lot of data, as we can all see. Again, this is about the data. We're not arguing is Islam good and is Christianity good? We're arguing which is better. And I already said in my opening statement, I'm not going to say everything about Islam is bad. Let's talk about the last thing you said. I never said you beat your wife. I think you're a really good person. You obviously treat her well. You're obviously better than a lot of Muslims because, again, the data shows that, again, when we go through the meta-ethnography in the review I cited, we see higher levels of abuse. That does not mean all Muslims do it. I'm not saying that at all. You want a hadith on this? Okay, we'll go to Sunan Abu Dawud 2146. Okay. So, do not beat Allah's handmaids, but when Umar came to the messenger of Allah and said women have become emboldened towards their husbands, he, the prophet, gave permission to beat them. Then many women came.
Man, this is so... I feel bad because, like, you know, I would love to review more of Mike's stuff, being that I met him. Cool dude. But this is just so bad that it's like watching Mike Jones just kick a toddler or something like this. Half Black Justin would have been like a neutral college debater calling their grandma to tell you how prejudiced America is. Yeah, really low tier. I mean, the guy shouldn't have been on a stage. This is a thing you got to understand. And again, it was a great event. It was well produced. Shout out to James and everyone involved. But the thing is, when you charge for tickets, you got to put up the talent. And that guy's not talent. Now, am I happy to see a bad showing for Islam? Yeah, sure. Sure. But it's like, you know what I mean? Like, just, you know, get someone there. Get someone up there who can do it. It's kind of sucks. You know what I mean? This guy's making solid arguments. That's hilarious. He calling his, hey, baby, have I ever beat you? Therefore, Islam is good for society. Hey, baby, can I... It's like anybody, any pagan or anyone could call their wife, and as long as in that instance they don't beat their wife, whatever their philosophy is good for society. Appeal to a wife. I'm going to start doing it. I'm going to just, in mid-debate, call Meg Bob. Hey, baby. Every time I hit you... Not one time, tell the audience, not one time I left a bruise. Every time I hit you, not one bruise. Okay, baby, see you later, baby. People claiming to believe in God and calling to be struck down just blows me away. Yeah, it's a weird tactic there. Now, is there anything else? I feel like MDD should be letting some clips out at least. Do they have a clips guy? Gotta wait this whole time? We gotta just keep waiting here? I don't feel like waiting. Materialism is false. That sounds boring. Boring, boring. This is all boring. Can I ban Thorpe? Yeah, you can always ban Thorpe. I mean, does he have anything worthy to say? He's just saying he's just kind of bored. Poor Ben. Ah, Ben. Let's take payment to ban. That's how we do it with the Thorpes. $50 ban for life. $50. See, he's cheap too. $50 is cheap. I mean, he did get a better debate slot than you. He did. Unbelievable. See, I should have debated Mike Jones on evolution. On that slot. Was that the morning, though? It's the same slot, actually. Morning, 9 a.m. You'd be happy to chat? Well, yeah. I mean, you're happy to be put on anybody's show to take the focus away from whatever they're talking about. Talking about Thorpes instead. I didn't see JB's debate. There it is, right there. Goodbye, Ben Thorpe. So long. Farewell. Avida Schnitzel. Avida Schnitzel. Oh no, we're going to miss you. Sorry. I mean, Ben, it's just, you guys are, you know what I mean? It's just, there's nothing we can do about it, man. You're just that unlikable. You know what I mean? You're that unlikable. Thank you so much, the Pew Place, for that. $5. Watch my Michael Knowles. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Might as well do that. Michael Knowles. Discord. I love critiquing Michael Knowles. He's one of my favorite people to make fun of. Seems like a nice guy, too. You know what I mean? Just seems like a real tap dancer, if you know what I mean? Just kind of got that tap dancing. He's got a real, I got a lot of shoes in my closet, vibe. He's got a real, I buy a new toothbrush every 2 weeks kind of feel. You know what I mean? I've got tie pins. I got a tie pin box kind of thing. Oh, shoot, there's a little dirt on my shoe kind of guy.
For their guidance and support. Please join.
As kids, Democrats, I am reliably informed, is a right-wing civil war. Have you heard about this? If you're on YouTube, if you're on TikTok, if you are on X, this is all anybody is talking about. It is the subject that now dominates podcasts, live streams, this speech even, against my better judgment. I personally have not delved very much into the fray for reasons that we will get to momentarily.
Does anyone know his background? Like, is he actually legitimate Catholic? Like, what is he? Because he is so Jewy. He's so New York Jewy. Like, I don't know. You know what I need? A tinfoil actual hat. I need a hat that's, like, covered.
But the student asked me to
any moment he's going to break out in song.
Address it, and I live to please.
He's an Italian? Oh, man.
We are proud of what we're like. We are proud of what we're good at. We are proud of who we are.
So this will be my opportunity to address the right-wing civil war. And because I'm so late to my own speech, I can even enact part of
a tinfoil yarmulke is hilarious.
It by speaking as quickly as Ben Shapiro. I'll try to speed it all up.
Look at those guys. Right to the gulags.
This is a strange moment for a civil war, is it not? It's a strange moment. Well, I suppose it's not a strange moment for a real civil war. The Democrats, the left, has been encouraging violence against
the left
us for a long time, but they've increased their encouragement. It is, however, a strange moment for an intra-conservative civil war.
Here I come to save the day!
Usually these kinds of battles take place when we're outside of politics, when we've lost an election, when we're in the political wilderness, trying to figure out what to do next.
5,700,600 minutes. I wish I knew a song from, like, Les Mis or something.
But right now,
the problem is, if I knew all the songs to make fun of Michael Knowles, then you'd have to make fun of me, because, you know what I mean? Shoreline also adds in the band. Thank you, Shoreline. There was 2 people. That's how much Ben Thorpe and the Thorpes are hated, is that 2 people paid $50 to get rid of him. Take a hint, dude.
Conservatives are in power.
Oklahoma. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
And we're not just like a little bit in power. We are totally in power. We have the White House. We have the House of Representatives. We have the Senate. We have the Supreme Court because we won the White House last time. We're looking pretty good. Now, I suppose a party in power could still have an internal civil war.
Oh, yeah. Collects watches. Totally. He has a specialized custom drawer above his underwear. And it's like that really sharp encased watch thing. I would have a version of that. Look. I like nice things too. Can't you tell? But I would have a different set of watches. It would be like 1928 war watch or something like that, you know?
two leaders could fight for control of the
I would never be like, this is a Movado. This is a Movado.
party. We saw this when Ronald Reagan challenged Jerry Ford.
Jay did musicals too. Can Jay sing a musical?
For the presidential nomination.
Oh, imagine Jay doing a musical.
1976. Republicans had controlled the White House for about a decade at that point, but the more conservative Ronald Reagan wanted to take the reins from the more liberal Jerry Ford. Today, however, and President Trump has endorsed a Vance-Rubio ticket. Musings on right-ish community. It enjoins talking heads to cultivate an audience. To do so, they entertain, they educate.
Mickey Mouse watch from the 80s. I think I have one of those, actually.
They share their personal lives. To accomplish that, their rhetoric tends to be a little more bombastic.
He was in West Side Story.
It might turn off a lot of people. It might turn off.
I know. I like watches too. But it's like you know what I mean? It's not the fact that you collect watches or like watches. That's not it. It's something else. It's like a type of way to collect watches.
Most people.
I watched Knowles for years, and I know a lot about him, unfortunately, and every guess you've made about him personally has been correct. The one thing I do like about him is that he's at least admitted that he'll step over classical liberalism, and he agrees that it's not enough. And he agrees that making things illegal, which otherwise would violate a classical liberal stance, an Enlightenment stance, on rights and liberty, good for you, Michael. Good.
But that doesn't matter because it will attract some people, a large enough group to support the broader endeavor. Now, not all modern pundits are like that. Some of them are a little bit more old school. Not all podcasters are like that. Some of my best friends are podcasters. Do not call me a podcast phobe. I'm far from it. But that of our sovereignty in the case of illegal immigration and the degradation of our justice system. It's not that migrants are bad people. It's not that we don't like migrants per se. Sometimes migration is good for a country. 50 years from now, you might have a conservative get up and say we need a lot more migration, and he might be right then. But sometimes migration is bad for a country, and we're in one of those moments right now.
Yeah, I don't really buy any of this because a country is the thing in question, Michael Knowles. This is where you're going to depart from a lot of us, which is to say, well, what the heck is a country, bro? What is a country if it's just a mixture of little, as Andrew put it, interchangeable widgets? The interchangeable widget argument that Andrew uses against feminism and egalitarianism can be used against mass migration as well. If all your country is a machine that produces goods and services, and you're just swapping out widgets called people with names, and as long as they can do it, this is why meritocracy alone isn't enough. It's not enough. Individualism leads to this crap. So it's like, no. What's in question, Michael Knowles, is what is a country? This isn't like a utility argument. This isn't like the country is whatever makes up the machine that produces the plastic stuff. That's what the country is. So the country is a manufacturing machine. That's it. Does it have an ethnicity? Does it have a leading dominant worldview? Is its laws informed by something larger than preferences? What is it? What's the country that you're talking about?
Does anybody really disagree with that?
Yes.
No, we're all basically on the same page, right?
No. This is manufacturing consent right now.
No matter which part. I mean, listen, I think.
Oh, yeah, like, how many people at a wedding go, does anyone disagree? And even if you did, you stand up. No one's going to stand up right now, Mike. Imagine calling him Mike. He doesn't even earn the mic. Mike. Nobody's going to stand up and go, wait, hold on a second. Yeah, I actually do disagree.
I think we can all agree on who our favorite podcaster is. But let's say we put that aside. Let's say you like someone. No matter what faction you're in, we would all agree with that, wouldn't we? Yes. How about religion? We need more religion.
No, not religion. What? No.
Specifically, we need more Christianity.
No. Which Christianity? What are we talking about here, Moles?
Christianity is the religion on which our nation is founded. Our founding fathers And the framers of our Constitution told us explicitly that our system does not work.
Yeah, but the problem is, and it's kind of ironic, that the people who founded the country were already moving away from Christianity because they're not Orthodox. Even a Catholic would have to say this. Now, I find it a little bit bizarre when the Catholic says, oh, we were founding on a Christian nation. Yeah, colloquially, but let's get rigorous here. Do you really not see the symptom of being finding a nation based on a deistic, ambiguous God creator? Now, even if it's the case that early United States, the states had prerequisites, theological prerequisites, even if you held a view that was triune, which was a prerequisite for serving in office or anything like this, sounds based, right? But the problem here is that Michael Knowles theologically doesn't understand, maybe because he's a Catholic, he's at the mercy of an ecumenist worldview at this point, an ecumenist institution. He's okay with the general Christianity, without seeing that the generality of Christianity is the cornerstone of the problems we see today, and that the political landscape of pluralism is derivative of a pluralistic Christian mindset, which the Enlightenment and the crafting of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and our nation is founded on. Pluralism. So now he's selling his own audience right now, pluralism, without properly isolating at least one of the variables of pluralism.
If the people are not moral and religious.
We don't know what that means. What, is someone moral because they say, no, I do believe in a creator God? That's it? That's all it takes? Okay, so Islam is moral.
They told us that many times. There's the famous John Adams quote, but there are many other examples too. You can't have liberty, individual liberty or political liberty, if you do not have virtue. Secularism failed. Atheism failed.
See, this is the problem. This is why I think, and I can't wait, and I know it'll happen, but Andrew needs to be... I say Andrew because he's in the place to do it. I mean, I would do it, but Andrew's in the place where he could actually have a conversation with Michael Knowles, and even though he would agree and say, yeah, virtue is key, if you're going to have liberty or this concept of rights, even if I granted rights as like an operating system, a pragmatic operating system, great. But the thing is, it's not even just virtue. Yes, that's true, but more deliberate, more precise, I would say, duties. Because even if you had a virtuous person or some set of virtues and you said this is good, you still need a system and a society that collectively pressures themselves and others to fulfill on the virtue, not just describe the virtue. It's not enough to just say first order statements about virtue. Virtue exists. It's not enough. You have to awkwardly impose virtue and deontology on your populace. And we're seeing what happens when you don't do that. Brady Harvey, $10. Hey, Jortlandia and Jim Bob. Hey, how's it going? Been a while in the mountains, so I haven't caught any stream in 2 weeks. That must have been beautiful for you. I fell on hard times financially, so here's the taxes I can pay. Well, God bless you, Brady Harvey. And if anyone struggles financially, definitely take care of your own, take care of your family, take care of yourself before you pay your taxes here. But I appreciate that, Brady.
Bible sales are up.
Andrew may have burned the bridge with Michael Knowles over the Nala. I don't think so. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think so. I think Michael Knowles is a big boy, and he's inevitably going to talk with Andrew.
People are going back to church. All laws have recourse to the moral order. There is
Rip, that's funny, Rip.
No neutrality. Countries do better when we encourage good things and punish bad things. We all know this. Does anyone seriously disagree? No. Nobody does. Maybe on the left they disagree. I'm not talking about the left. We're talking about the supposed right-wing civil war.
I'm not talking about the left. I ordered a Merlot, and this is a Malbec. I like Malbec very much, but I ordered a Merlot. So it's very tasty, and I appreciate you, but I'd like the wine that I ordered.
Yeah, we all agree on that. How about foreign policy? That's the thorny one, right? Maybe that one will split us up. Well, in my humble opinion, we're a global empire. That fact seems apparent enough. We have something called AFRICOM. You know, we have a command for Africa, which is ours. I know they have independent nations, but we have comms everywhere. We control the whole world. We have interest.
Guys, we have to do something, Jim Bob. I don't want to be super famous. Honestly, if I could acquire like 5,000 really dedicated fans, I won the entire game of the universe. Like being famous, like being even at Andrew's level, and he's not even like famous, it sounds like an absolute nightmare. Complete nightmare. Especially in this climate. It's like, dude, it's dangerous in certain scenarios for me to even be standing next to Andrew. Hell no. I don't want to be super famous. No. No way. I just want a small amount of dedicated people that support what I do financially and vocally. And I could make things in my house. Jewelry, beautiful things, paintings, live streaming, music. I just want to do that. I would trade, I would trade any level of fame and notoriety for just a dedicated base of loyal patrons.
All over the world. Our domestic tranquility is predicated, in no small part, on the dominance of the United States in global affairs. We have allies, we have enemies, we have real interests. Sometimes we intervene in conflict, sometimes we...
How are you going to say the word Merlot the second I'm pouring a Merlot? You know what, my ice my ice machine is broken. I'm probably going to get a new fridge. And David Patrick Harry, God bless him, got me like a really nice bottle of like bourbon. And I need like a big block of ice to drink it. I was going to drink it tonight over... do I have to go get a bag of ice from the store? I was going to drink it tonight for the debate against the Mormon. I think I should.
We don't. How do we make that calculation? Is it through some thin ideology that you can write on the back of a napkin? Not in my view. I think the way we make that calculation
is by song. I think we make the calculation by song. Sorry.
Through the prudence of the leaders that we elect to make those decisions. That is, I will remind you, how the system has worked since Thomas Jefferson joined Sweden and Sicily to fight the First Barbary War in 1801. So it's...
I kind of want to push him. Just kind of want to, you know what I mean? Two double shoulders, like a jolt, like a boom. Don't mix bourbon with Mormons. It's tempting. If I can get myself some ice, I think I might do a nice slow sip and just do like a nice slow sip wrecking a Mormon nicely. I'm going to try to convert him, by the way. You know, if you guys are coming to the debate tonight, like, I can't wait till Jim Bob loses it and wrecks this guy. Well, I'm going to do that, but I'm going to get him into a parish. That's what I'm going to do. I'm wearing my magic underpants. I'm wearing my magical, soulful, holy underpants. Definitely get a bag of ice. I'll drink some whiskey with you. Let's do it. I'm not even a whiskey drinker. Probably a terrible idea. Speaking of, I should probably set up this debate right now because it's going to be dual streaming. That means any of your super chats that come in tonight will be seen by Jake, the moderator. So that's exciting. Very exciting, very exciting. Got to set this sucker up right now. Megbob even made an epic thumbnail. W's in the chat for Megbob. The managerial staff. The only staff I have. W's in the chat. This will be hilarious. It is. It's going to be fun. I'll be nice tonight, though. Firm, but nice. Here I come to save the day. What? What the heck, man? Can't even get to my messages. Okay, never mind. Don't be nice. Well, I'll be firm. Well, the new being firm is not being nice now. That's kind of what it is. Copy link. Here we go. Get this going. I'll show you another picture of Meg Bob's icon that's coming along. By the way, Justin, if you're listening, Justin Merck, not half black Justin. Justin, who's doing my icon. People are asking for your information. I don't know how much you want inquiries coming at your way, but I think you can do pretty well as an iconographer, a custom one. If I could help you support yourself financially by sending people your way, I will. Just let me know. You know what I mean? You're not Yao Ming? But let me show you. Beautiful. It's coming along beautifully. Here we go. You ready? Check this out, yo. He just put his first layer of gold. You can't really see it, but the halo has like elevated like chalk filigree. And he put the first... This is just going to be the most beautiful one in our house. And that's as it should be. Here I come to save the day. All right, I'm going to set up this so you guys can see it. See the strem. Let's look at Mormonism. Yeah, for real. Let's look at it. The Pew Place, $10. Also support looking at Mormonism. Still haven't had a refutation of their Mormon dilemma. Yeah, it's impossible. Glory to God for those kind works, brother. Yeah, Justin, he's right there in the chat, Justin Merck. So follow him if you want. You can pester him. He can tell you. You know what I mean? He can tell you what he can do, what he can't do. So, should be good. Here we go. Let me set this to my audience. And is Mormonism true? Description? No. Public comedy? Yeah, it's comedy. Upload thumbnail. Epic thumbnail, Meg Bob. Nice and fun. Save changes. Select orientation. Landscape. What? I don't understand. You're live streaming a debate tonight? Yes. What time? Sorry if I'm... no worries, Drago. Yeah, it's at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So, a couple hours from now. Should be a fun one. Mormonism is my favorite. One of my favorite, aside from evolution, one of my favorite Mormonism is, for sure. Do you like my emails from Mormon Blunders? Yes, thank you for all your emails. I'm still getting through this. The Great Mormon Dilemma. Pretty good read. I'm forced to convert to Mormonism right now. That's terrible. It's terrible, Mud. I don't like that for you. I'm not debating Tony, no. We're supposed to have a stinger out soon. Scud. You know what? I'm just going to show you a little bit of a media clip for it. Just so you guys get a sense of what you're dealing with here. There's still going to be, don't get me wrong, there's still going to be a stinger, but, just so you guys, get a sense of it. I feel like you've earned it. Let me see. Here we go. Ready? Are you guys ready? Hold on. This is excellent. Ready? Watch this. So this is the title of the night. Oh, you guys are in for a treat. This is the title, okay? Here, let me actually put the green filter on and everything so we get this going on. Color key, green, custom, select, custom. There we go. Okay. All right, you guys ready? Wait, did I put Scud? Did I put Scud? Scud. Okay, I got it. All right, here we go. You ready? Action.
Savage Carnage Unlimited Debates.
Scud. I mean, the ugliest acronym ever. Scud. But that's, you guys can get the sense of it, right? Just from the title, right? Savage Carnage Unlimited Debates. I mean, we're talking 1994 vibes here. That's what Scud means. Yeah, that's why we say Scud incoming. So you guys in for a real treat because the entire evening, you know, we'll probably do 1 or 2 a month to start. Maybe it'll be popular and we'll be able to do once a week or something like this, you know. It's going to be based in rounds. There's going to be a lot of action, a lot of scene cutting, a lot of entertainment. It's going to be hilarious, a lot of audience participation, and there's nothing like it. I mean, look at the title. How could you say there's anything like it?
Savage Carnage Unlimited Debates.
It's just, I mean, it's so insane. I mean, the whole concept is obnoxious, right? That's the whole deal. It's the whole kit and caboodle. Huge, ridiculous title, disgusting font. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Wait until you see the scenes. And like the back, oh, dude, it's wild. It's like playing a, you guys remember like early Nintendo WWE games? WWF maybe? Wait, it's actually technically WWF, isn't it? I think so, yeah. There was one reasonable one that finally admitted he saw the problem. Yeah, well, you got to get them one at a time, the Mormons. And you got to be cool with them. I'm learning that. You got to be cool with them. The echo on the debates is over the top, yeah. And you guys are in for a treat because I'll just tell you this. There is going to be several ways in which you, the viewer, will influence the show directly. I need a surge soda? Exactly. Exactly. And I still need to figure out how to... what I need to do is I might even hire Tony at this point to make a ridiculous over-the-top Savage Memes. Because I want it sponsored by Savage Memes, but also like sponsored by Woompy. So I want like 3 commercials maybe in between, brought to you by this. But certainly it's going to be sponsored by my books. WCW, is that what it is? WCW. Remember Starman? Remember that? Early pro wrestling, OG Nintendo? What a beautiful time in my life. So good. So good. I miss those days. Anyway, can't wait to battle Pogs while watching Scud. Yeah, Scud's hilarious. It's hilarious. No one can. Not only is no one doing what we're about to do, but they actually can't do it to the same level we can because of our cooperative training. Or accumulation of otherwise useless training that we have. It's going to be great. Strong like a baby, Woompy. Woompy. Where is Woompy? Did I delete Woompy? I may have deleted Woompy. You can tell by the sleeves and the flannel. I'm going to be the moderator, and I'm going to be pretty decked out as a moderator. I mean, we're talking like it's TV. I mean, think TV early 90s. No joke. It's going to be great. I just can't wait for the evening too. Just got a nice evening. Yo, Jim Bob, you the best Mormon debater? Thank you. I mean, to be fair, it's easy to argue against, so it's like you can train a bunch of people to be really good at Mormon debating. Tony needs to be the Bruce Buffer style intros each debater. Yeah, potentially. I think he has the tech to do that. So it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good one. Should I make debaters bring their own Beyblades? Bring your own beer? Yeah, the debaters. It's probably good for their sake that they're not going to see or at least hear any of these distractions. They're just going to be debating. So we're thinking the 28th. We don't know yet, but it's looking like we're going to set the date, do a test run privately that nobody can see, make sure all the tech works. Pray to God that Tony in Alaska doesn't lose his internet. That can't be good for a show. $10. Read the CES letter. It's only about 100 pages, written by a Mormon LDS leaders. Questions he had about the truth of the Book of Mormon and Smith remains unanswered by the church. That sounds great. CES letter. That's good. I'm gonna grab that. Is that online? What's your angle tonight? The same angle. Dilemma, epistemology, maybe get to metaphysics. I think epistemology breaks them pretty quickly. My angle is this, nobody. It's if Mormonism is true, Mormonism is coherent. Mormonism is incoherent. Mormonism is not true. So that's my angle. Woompy, strong like a baby, woompy. Gotta love the fact that we live in this post-TV age where low-class blue-collar, as JB would put it, can influence, customize, ravage the entertainment. Me too. I always talk about that with my buddies. How it's like the home studio is so souped up now that it's like, for some things, not my channel, but like some things, it's indistinguishable from an actual show. I mean, that's aside from let's say Nick Fuentes being a good speaker, right? He's good. He's charismatic. He can talk. He has the gift of gab. But like, think how much the influence of his set did. Like the increased value of his set. Legit looking studio, looks like he's running out of some studio in an office building, you know. That feel is so influential to the audience. I should probably learn from that a little bit, but who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? You guys already know. You already see through all of this. Nothing I can do. Nothing I can do 'cause I'm stuck like glue to my God. Steelborn, $5. If you need debaters for Scud, yeah, I have a list. You're included already. And we're going to do different debates. We're going to do legit prompts, but we're also going to do meme prompts. All sorts of prompts. Prompts galore. You still on a TV dinner tray? No, Sean. No, I was able to upgrade to a really big desk, and it really made a huge difference. I was able to get a second monitor, get a camera properly set up. Nothing's moved, nothing's shaking. I feel like I could be lowered into a cockpit right now. This is great. But, you know, I do ponder the days. That's the thing. That's like the, you know, kind of like what you miss. You're like, oh, back in the day, I was in a Prius yelling at a screen. Gonna try not to miss this one. Thank you. Did you really just sing Sister Act? Yes, I recently watched it. Check email? I will. Maverick Bob. So yeah, I'll probably, I might open that. I'm not sure though. I feel like I need a proper, like, block of ice for that bourbon. Like I almost like don't want to open it yet. It's like, it's one of those things where it's too special. You think I can get Woompy out with my food stamps? Definitely. Definitely. I have screen recordings of your rants in the Prius. That's funny. Back in the... I want to release those one day. I think Meg Bob has a bunch. That would be the ultimate paywall scam, right? JB and his Prius, the volume, for only $19.99. Comes with a sticker pack. Hell yeah, dog. Oh, we got a... Of course. Of course. I posted my criticism of Dave, right? Professor, not a Professor Dave. And of course, every time I post one of these things, you guys, every single time, what I'll get from a Evo proponent is a long essay. Essay. Big ol' long essay. Every single time. Easy, bro. One mutant repopulates the whole group. Unbelievable. These people. Unbelievable. Where is this guy's comment? I almost want to bring it on screen. Charles Hill. You know what I really like? Who EBT gave me this idea is copy paste their comment and read it. Have a AI read it. It's my favorite thing to do. Let me see if I can do it. Let me see if I can do it right now for you guys. It's like my favorite thing. All right. What was it? Does ChatGPT do this now? ChatGPT, can you read this audio? Can you read text to audio? I can generate text as an audio file spoken aloud. You can download it. Yeah. Create an audio file of the following text. There we go. Please paste it. I tried. No, that's it. Okay, yeah. What a time to be alive. You guys ready? You guys, I'm going to download this. And then we're going to listen. It's my favorite thing. The AI reading the stupid defense of evolution is and other atheist comments is my favorite segment. Come on. Oh, here we go. Okay, you guys ready? We're going to listen to this. Open. Okay, we got this open. Natural. All right. Wow, it really sounds crazy, too. All right. Let me see. Evolution by an... Where is it?
Evolution by way of natural selection. Exposure to an environment and predate.
Oh, it's terrible, though. The voice is too bad. What did I use last time? What did I use? 11th Labs? Yeah. Let's try this. All right. All right. Let's do this. Generate speech. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. He's so convicted. Are you guys ready? All right. This is the angry, well, I don't want to say angry, but this is the response I got, okay?
Evolution by way of natural selection. Exposure to an environment and predation forces a species to adapt to that environment or not. This was done in 2 different experiments with...
That's not even true. That's called epigenetics. If you're saying adaptation, we're talking about you already have the information to adapt. For instance, if I put a cow in a freezer, their hair gets thicker. It's in response to the cold, right? It's not a random mutation that produces thicker hair, you dipshit.
With regards to a moth species and a mouse species.
Oh, the moth. Oh, great.
When the animals are outside of their preferred environment in which they have adaptations for, the predation rates increase until the animals adapt to that environment via reproduction of the survivors that were able to avoid predation. There are dozens of examples of this observation taking place. In my own life, we have an irrigation pond, and in my irrigation pond there is no plant matter like reeds or grasses or lily pads, etc. We have toads and frogs all over. We had an issue with algae accumulating on the surface and clogging our pump. So to combat the algae, we put in hundreds of feeder goldfish, bright orange little guys in a brown, sludgy irrigation pond. We also put in some white koi fish. It wasn't a few months later that we started to get a heron visiting our pond to eat the fish we put in. Fast forward 3 years later, and we now have 2 herons visiting our pond to eat the fish. The goldfish have gone from their uniform bright orange to some being mottled brown and orange, and others being solid brown.
And how did you prove that that was an effect of random mutation as opposed to epigenetics or an existing DNA packet, if you will, that informs adapting to the environment? These people, it's the same old shit over and over again with these people. And then it changed, and then something changed, and there was a surface level change. Ooh, yeah, good job.
The koi fish went from white to white and orange, white and brown, and brown. I think this is pretty conclusive that natural selection as a mechanism exists.
No, that's not, dude. Natural selection through random mutation. You didn't justify that how it happened. You really believe? Do you people really believe that if you put a bunch of golden koi fish in a pond and they develop some camouflage, do you really believe that occurred among all of them, each of them individually, from a random mutation? Or what's more likely, that the fish already have the information embedded in their system to respond this way?
All we really have to go on for evolution is the fossil record, because the changes which transform one species into a new species supposedly takes thousands upon thousands of generations over millions of years.
Unbelievable. You'd get wrecked on this entire comment. Call in. Oh, and someone else is going to tell us how evolution... Oh, look, this should be good, too. Now that we're here. Ready? You guys ready to learn how elephants prove evolution? I can't wait. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay. All righty. Here we are. That's right. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Ready? This is going to be fun. Oh, we already watched this. Oh my gosh. Never mind. We already watched it. ThingsIalreadyWrecked.com.
Evolution is my favorite topic Q debate because it's got such a firm grip on society over something like Mormonism.
I agree. I actually agree with you. It's more impactful than Mormonism in a negative way. Mormonism is just like leading people astray, so you could argue, well, they both have perhaps a salvific effect that to watch out for, but yeah. Unbelievable, man. Yeah, next I'm going to change it to an Indian voice. Let me see. Callum? No. Default, Brian. Search voices. Indian. Vident? Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. I might have to have her read the whole thing again, okay? I'm going to do it again. Oh, this is good. Let's hear if it's more convincing with Vagine reading it.
Evolution by way of natural selection. Exposure to an environment and predation forces a species to adapt to that environment or not.
I got poop on my shin.
This was done in 2 different experiments with regards to a moth species.
No, it didn't.
And a mouse species. When the animals are outside of their preferred environment in which they have adaptations for, the predation rates increase until the animals adapt to that environment via reproduction of the survivors that were able to avoid predation.
I literally smell poop.
There are dozens of examples of this observation taking place. In my own life, we have an irrigation pond, and in my
You guys don't have an irrigation anything.
irrigation pond, there is no plant matter like reeds or grasses or lily pads, etc. We have toads and frogs all over. We had an issue with algae accumulating on the surface and clogging our pump.
Give me anything else but this one. Who else? Do they even have Ben Shapiro? You'd think at this point they'd have it. Ben. They don't have famous people? Mohammed Ben?
من لا يجازف لا يفوز أبدا.
I hate you.
Als die Schatten länger wurden.
Shush.
Das ist ja irre, wie groß das hier ist. Oh, hallo. Ich bin...
Kehidupan tidak menunggu badai berlalu, tapi belajar menari dalam hujan.
Ugh. Yuck. I'm disgusted. Anyway. All right. All right, I have to do a little prep. It is 2 p.m. I got to eat some food. Really appreciate all of your support today. I'm going to now look for someone to transfer you to, sir. Oh, is that Vagine? 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 Oh, hey, Vagine. Oh, hi, Vagine.
I don't know how I survived last poop. Must be evolution.
Yeah. I have poop on my knee. I pooped in the sink. It's the same as a toilet, I think. I pooped on the road. It's the same, I am told. Guy poop everywhere. I have poop in my hair. There is poop in the town. There is poop on the ground. I'm excited to celebrate the day we ate poop. We meet in the park and we celebrate with some fecal. You guys play with snowballs. We here make poop balls. And we smile and it's gleeful. We are a fecal people. There is poop on my knee. I had a fight the other day. It was fun, I must say. My friend hit me hard with a giant cow tard. I like poop and you like poop too. There is poop on my knee. This is terribly annoying. Excuse me? Why do you hate Indians so much? Why do you hate the Indian so much? All right. Dr. Evo, make it happen. All right. Let's set you guys up to leave, shall we? You've earned it. We've all earned it. What a day. No, oh, the people you're I know. I don't like them either. They're starting to infiltrate my town. Not liking it. Not liking it at all. All right. Jort Taxes, thank you so much. Rhetorical Ascetic. I really appreciate that. And everyone who donated today, very generous. All the generous donations, all the new members, all the super chats, all the Vagines. Tonight should be a really fun time. Shout out to Jake for hosting it. I'll be co-streaming it, of course, at my channel. The thumbnail is up, so make sure to hit the notification. I think that's it. I'm going to go look at who else is live for you. We got Chris Lestrange, Andrea Zertis. I didn't know Andrea Zertis was a Mormon. Not good. Ruslin? You know what? Live. You know what? I'm gonna send you there. Why? Because I need to show my face and my name across platforms. So even though I make fun of that guy a lot, I want to make sure their audience knows I exist. Because that's what I'm doing. That's what I got to do. I got to help myself. They say everyone's screaming no. Look, if you have another option, fine. Oh, you know what? Someone actually requested a song. You know what I haven't done? I haven't done one of my songs in an electric guitar. I have no. This could be awful. Just by the way. So apologies in advance. Which one should I do in electric? There's a poop on my knee. There's a poop in my wee. There's a poop on my nose. There's poop on my clothes. Lie to me, since that Silver Sky was my recommendation. Is it coming in, though? Can you guys hear it? It's really low. Early in the evening, and I'm yelling to the sky. Well, I swear I've seen the second sun, I'm telling you no lie. Like a pair of burning eyes staring at me from afar. Thought I'd chase them down, so I hopped on in my car. And as I turned the key, I looked and they were gone. Don't know what I seen, but something's going on. Bright blue sunny morning, not a single cloud in sight. Ground zero's calling for a non-existent flight. Like a double game of Jenga, they came tumbling to the floor. Something had to justify a 25-year war. The mothers, they came forward, demanding truth for all. Anyone with a half a brain would know that's not how buildings fall. Well, you can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. It was 1969 and we're gathered round two. Oh, Jackie's dead after he said we're going to the moon. And everyone believed that we finally won the race. Now the whole world's mesmerized by animated space. Half a century later and we still have not gone back. But we nailed it on our first attempt on a flimsy tinfoil shack. Well, you can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. Now I go outside and I see zombies everywhere, with the wind windshields on their faces, looking for the next big scare. And all their little screens tell them they are close to harm. Big Pharma says no worries, just let us in your arm. But I don't know about you, I'm keeping my veins clean. I will not be an extra in your one world movie scene. You can lie to me. I got eyes to see. Playing hide and seek with my mind. You can lie to me. I got eyes to see. You're playing hide and seek with my mind. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy anytime. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy. You can call me crazy. Anytime. Do people put capos on their electric guitar? Is that just gay? Is it gay? You can put a capo on your electric guitar. Hell yeah, brother. Definitely had a capo on my electric before. You little G, going out of tune, you little bastard. I see you there. I see you there shaking that ass. Capo is really just a tool. It can go on any guitar. Well, in that case, I might play. I was born in a mountain town, in a little old farmhouse by the stream. And I'd sit up on those rocks and I'd dream about leaving that old mountain town. So I went out to Hollywood land with this old guitar, not $1 in my hand. But I never made a deal, my soul they couldn't steal. And I packed it up and I left that Hollywood land. Time to head on down the road. I can't do it on my own. Can't carry this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. So I went back to the mountain town, got a little old farmhouse by the stream, and I sit up on those rocks and I dream about growing old in that little old mountain town. Time to head on down the road. Can't do it on my own. Can't bear this heavy load as I try to find my way back home. That song's actually about finding orthodoxy. Thank you, Damini. But it's also a true story about me growing up. That's it. One day I'll do what do you call it? Actually, I could probably do it on this gear. One day I'll do an electric House of the Rising Sun. There is a house in New Orleans. They call it the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. sewed my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man way down in New Orleans. Now the only thing a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk, and the only time he feels satisfied is when he's on the drunk. Now mother, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your life in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Got one foot on the platform and the other's on the plane, and I'm going back to New Orleans to wear my ball and chain. There is a house in New Orleans. They call it the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. There is a house in New Orleans. They call it the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. God, I know I'm one. My Allah has poop on my shin. There's poop on my shin. Shady Grove? Well, of course. There's poop on your little shin. There's poop in your hair. Okay, sorry, got distracted. Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Cheeks as red as a blooming rose and eyes like curious brown. She's a darling of my heart, sweetest girl in town. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Shut up, dude. Fuck you. Sorry. I was getting into that song and that was really annoying. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Just a
Please
little
upload the last
boy.
stream to our Rumble. I didn't get to watch it.
I will. When I was just a little boy, I wanted a Barlow knife. Now I just want Shady Grove to say she'll be my wife. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Get myself a big fine horse and corn to feed 'em on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed 'em when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love. Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love. I'm bound to go away. Beaches in the summertime summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my shady grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Peaches in the summertime and apples in the fall. If I can't have my Shady Grove, I want no one at all. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Get myself a big fine horse and corn to feed him on. Shady Grove can stay at home and feed him when I'm gone. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. Shady Grove, my little love, Shady Grove, I say. Shady Grove, my little love, I'm bound to go away. All right, y'all, I got out of here. I'm out to here. Gotta go to bye. Gotta say goodbye. Gotta go now. Gotta wash my frown. Love y'all. Thanks so much. Appreciate y'all. Have a good night. I'll see you guys at 7 p.m., okay?